What is going on, guys? Welcome to the 2021 NFL Draft Livestream with Big Rye and the Fat Guy. Right now it's just myself, Big Rye, waiting on the Fat Guy to join us. We have 30 minutes until the 2021 NFL Draft begins. Hopefully everyone's as excited as I am for this draft. Not much of a college football fan, but been reading up and catching up on all these different players to see what insight I can get. And I always really enjoy watching the draft and getting to learn about the new players coming into the league and how they could make an impact on these teams and help with their Super Bowl attempt for next season. So it looks like there are fans at this draft, which is nice. It'll make for probably a more exciting draft. What's going on, Otto? How you doing? Yep, I got the long hair. Been growing it out. Just that lazy hair. Just let it go. So what's going on with you guys? You've been enjoying your time during the off season? I'm already ready for football to come back. I've had my time away, my break, I guess you could say. Missed the broadcast. You guys still doing NBA? I want to subscribe to your monthly channel. The Discord is very active. The Discord is very good. It's only $5 a month. It's cheap to join. And this season for myself, it's been mostly about just data collection. So I'm collecting more data than I ever have for all the leagues. Like if I had to go through the Discord, we talk boxing, fantasy football. We talk about food, horse racing, MLB, motorsports, movies, college basketball, college football, NBA, NFL, NHL, PGA, soccer, sports books, stocks, TV, UFC. So lots of chat every day on the Discord, which I've been super happy about. Fat Guy said he's going to be joining us just shortly. Yeah, I guess I'm just showing off then with this hair, right? No one likes someone showing off, so I should shave mine too in honor. It's the I'll send the link in the chat. We do have it usually in the description. I've got it, but I'll pull it up for you and I'll put it in here. So if you ever do decide to join, it would be awesome. Let's see. I think this is the link. Try this link out and see where it takes you. Yeah. Yeah, that's how you would access it. Yeah, no kidding. There is definitely a Fat Guy should be joining us just shortly. He's just having some technical issues, but yeah, this is going to be a huge draft for the Patriots. One of the guys that I really like to follow along with, his name is Walter Football, and I'm just going to pull up who he's got. I think he had the defensive end, and he was one of my favorite players to watch. Going through, it's a tough name though, so I'm just looking it up. It's Kwity Paye, defensive end, defensive tackle, hybrid. I'm alive, Tony. I'm alive. Welcome to the stream. Fat Guy should be joining us just shortly. Love to nab Fields at 15. Yeah, Fields would be really, really nice. Actually, out of outside of Trevor Lawrence, I think Justin Fields is my favorite quarterback prospect out of all of them, and I think you might tend to agree. I like maybe it is hard to pass up on Zach Wilson, but between Trey Lance, Mac Jones, and Justin Fields, I think I like Justin Fields. He seems not have the same arm power, but I think what he lacks in arm power, he makes up for just naturally looking like a better player. What is going on, Joe Thomas? Oh, wait, that's the fat guy.
This green screen would be great if I knew how. I just realized I didn't set the settings. What a dingus. Things are going well, I guess. Is that a thing?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think if you go, I think it's something you do in Zoom.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think in Zoom you can.
It's just been a while.
Yeah, it's always. We haven't streamed now. What was our last video was at the end of. There you go. Was at the end of January, so it has been almost 3
Many
months.
months, many moons.
Since we've been
Fortnights.
on. And
I'll cut you off some more.
I will say, for Fat Guy and I, technology isn't our thing. You can tell by these streams. Look at this. This is.
We're not bad, but it's you know what I mean? This is what happens is the things get to a level that we're like, you know what? Let's just bypass it and go to the next one. And then by that time, you're just a supreme laggard. We're boomers now. We're boomers learning how to type with Mavis Beacon and Excel. That's what we are now. I've been trying to code for a few months now. Very difficult for me. Very difficult. My pizza's just getting out of the oven. It'll be 1 sec. Good time. Yeah, jump right on and get off.
What did you end up with, Otto? That was the question I had about that. Over half a safety to be drafted in the first round. Minus 225 to minus 230. Fuck it. One of my books had it at minus 270. I had the Bama safety to be a first rounder last year and lost. The safety is coming off the board in round 1. Let me just take a look at the safety prospects. Sorry, I'm having this isn't a site I visit very often. I pretty much only go to this site during the draft. But I'm just going to check to see for safeties. Oh, yeah, they had that. I watched tape on Trevon Moehrig, I believe is how you pronounce it. He's from TCU, 6'2", 208 pounds, 4.55, 40 time. He looked like a solid safety. Like, he wasn't exciting, but he just looked solid. Like, he looked like he'd be a guy that could walk in and start on some teams. And you know, he's not going to hurt you, but he's also probably not going to be a superstar. Javon Holland, I haven't had a chance to look at his stuff. There wasn't very many, at least in this mock that I looked at. He was the only safety that popped up. There was a linebacker, like a smaller linebacker who I felt like could have been considered a safety, but obviously they had him listed as a linebacker, so I don't think that would count. So it's pretty much if that TCU kid, unless there's some other surprise. But hopefully he gets picked in the first. If the odds are this high, there's probably a chance he's going in the late in the first round. Yeah, and it would be nice for the Patriots to come away with one of the quarterbacks from this draft. We've got the anthem right now. We still have 20 minutes until the draft. Still trying to figure out what's going to be the best way. I think I do like having the... I can share this screen. And then Fat Guy and I can pop down here, I guess. And I can zoom this in so we can see what's going on. Yeah, Otto. It's so interesting.
Let me get my cans on.
Well, Otto just made a good point. He's talking about how it's a pass-heavy league. Safety position needs to be inclining as higher priority if a team that's D is hurting. And what I found interesting looking through and seeing some of these first-round talents, like there's like 4 or 5 like undersized receivers that are going in the first round, and like I guess the league's just changing and I'm a laggard in this sense, but it just feels weird to have these guys, like they look like 3rd, 4th round guys to me, and they're being picked in like the top 20, which
don't forget though, Big Rye, the rules are going to favor that. I mean, obviously for us, because we're laggards in that. We like Big Rye's number one trait for a wide receiver, I would say, is run blocking. So these guys aren't going to like check boxes for him, but it's a space game. The thing I argue about drafting corners and safeties high is the rules keep, like, they don't get any benefit. They only get harder. The guys get more athletic and the rules get worse. So for me, I'd rather just invest solely in the line. You get a good pass rush, it doesn't matter how good your corners are. It really doesn't, right? And like, you're going to start getting pass rushers that specialize in not necessarily sacks, but disruption in like limiting passing lanes and stuff. Like I think ball swatting at the line is going to be more of a thing going forward. So it just, because I don't think you get the utility out of a receiver or a corner. The one argument you can make for a corner is money reasons. Signing a corner it's a brutally inflated market. And it's all a trickle-down effect, I believe, from the trade that Tampa Bay, or when Tampa Bay released Darrelle Revis and he went back to the Jets, and he got $70 million for, I think it was 5 or 6 years, which at the time was so unheard of, because that was almost like 7-8 years ago, right? So $13 million for a corner roughly per year. I think it got up to 16. Imagine that price then, right? Like it's going to set when people negotiate a contract, they'll use that as the benchmark. Well, I'm not Revis, but I'm this, so then I'll get a few million less. Yeah. But then that's inflated in itself, right?
Yeah.
And here's another thing I did a couple years ago. If you look at Hall of Famers as far as wide receivers, they're the least group. They've won the least amount of Super Bowls as a group, and that's a really crude, rough metric. But I was just interested in like what breeds success, and Super Bowl is obviously a high variance term, right? Like just because Dan Marino didn't win one doesn't mean he wasn't one of the greatest, right?
Yeah.
So like they kind of use that as it's overbearing, right? But that is the idea, is to win the big one. Why else is everyone doing it, right? And I think this receivers provide very low utility too. So I just Big Rye used to handicap a lot, and it was just a low yield position, and it's one I don't care for as much. And point in case too, the team that seems to invest the least amount of money in it has been the most successful of the last 20 years. Of course, there's more to it than that with the Patriots, but you know, mind you, they took a receiver in the first round, N'Keal Harry, 2-3 years ago, and that hasn't worked out whatsoever. So there's so many ways to take it, and everything's opinion and theory, and that's why we're here, really. That's why it's interesting, because we don't know for sure.
Yeah, that is true. I just realized my lights are off, so just give me 1 second.
All right. I'm getting the chat up. What was I going to say? I do a little, I'll send it to you, Big Rye.
Okay.
I do a draft with friends for usually $100. I don't know what it is this year, whatever it is.
Oh, it's like how many selections you can get right in the first round, or?
Yes. And I'm going to send it to you on, is Discord best, Big Rye?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I'll just send you, I did it really crudely. I only took an hour because this is gambling 101. Time is money. So if it was for $1,000, I would have spent more time on it, but time utility factors, this stream's more important. So I did a crude one using, you can kind of game it with odds. Like, what you look at OUs for the player. And then you look at what position the team is drafting. you know. And then there is a good resource I like using. I don't mind plugging it here. Walter Football. It's they've been pretty accurate. You know what I mean? And like it is beatable. There was a year, Big Ryan and I, when we really took it serious, and I think we got 7 or 8 right in a row. That was the Mike Evans, Eric Ebron draft. That one was a bit easier, though. I got to be real.
The Otto will like this. You have Trevon Moehrig Woodard getting picked in the last pick of the first round, and he has over half a safety drafted in the first round.
Yeah.
I took some time today and watched some footage on all of these players, like like 5 minutes on each guy just to have an idea. Because Fat Guy and I are not big college football fans. We're NFL fans.
I'd like to adopt it, though. I got to be honest. It's not less. It's more of it's a time issue, right? Because college football is overwhelming, and how much we would have to learn. There's too many too many colleges, so it's more of a afraid of the tall task, because we never take things too lightly, I would say.
Yeah, there's a couple positions stood out to me though, and specifically tackles and corners looked very, very strong. I liked a lot of the corners. I liked a lot of the tackles that were to be picked in the first round. Quarterback, I'm not so high on, to be honest, Fat Guy. I'm not a huge fan of like Trevor Lawrence is obviously a really, really good player, and there's a reason why he's going to go first overall. But the rest of the guys, like Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Mac Jones, I'm not a big fan of any of those guys. I actually thought Justin Fields was the second best guy if I had to make a selection, but he does look limited. Like, it looks like his arm strength is limited. He doesn't have the same arm strength as some of those other guys, and that's probably why he's considered a little bit lower than some of the others that have bigger arm strength.
He has epilepsy as well. So that's
so there's something that you're not going to learn watching him play.
No, you definitely are not. So that might be an issue. There's like they do more character in-depth studies on the quarterbacks. If anything, they hire PEI. I mean, you're right about what you said though. The OUs for positions were all 5.5 for, I believe, offensive linemen and corners, and I think quarterback was 5 was the OU, or it might have been 4.5. Anyways, those are the highest ones. So and receiver as well, but like obviously running back, that's another thing. Like people are finally GMs are understanding that it's saturated, right? It's a marketplace. Yeah. Like there are really, because think about it this way: when you're a kid, what position do you want to play? You don't think of the economics. Like if I have a son, I'm going to teach him to be
receiver, quarterback. That's it.
It's awesome. You get the ball. You're featured. It's a splashy, fun position. So you're going to have more talent, right? And also too, those fit the mold of like average sizes for people, because you can be a running back from 5'8" to 6'3". Right? Like that gives you a broad range. You can be a wide receiver at that size. Quarterback, you got to be a bit bigger. And there's only one quarterback where you can have multiple positions of the other ones on a team. Obviously, there's backup quarterbacks, but there's more wide receiver and running back, so it's easier to get on the field. So that saturation is kind of, I feel, built in, right? Whereas, like, if I have a son, I'm going to teach him to be a punter. If I would have trained, I would have been, this sounds crazy. I'm 6'6", I can kick the ball a mile. I probably could have been a punter in the NFL. It's not that crazy. In fact, there's one from where we live. It's because the economics of it. I wouldn't have that much competition. Whereas think about any other position. It would be near impossible, even if I trained my whole life at my size. So when you think about that type of stuff, it does change it, right? And point in case, James Robinson, undrafted free agent, fantastic. And we're not saying you have to be Saquon Barkley. I'm not asking that, but like, it's actually better. I actually think it's better for win probability to be a James Robinson. Yeah, well,
you want to be productive. Like, James Robinson was productive. Obviously, he stayed healthy most of the season, a lot more than Barkley, so it made a difference. But there's also a lot higher expectation. It goes back to just our thoughts on, like, flashy is going to translate to fans, which translates to overhype, which translates to betting against those teams. So
Yeah, really,
like
that's what
Barkley,
happens.
in the scheme of things, like Barkley had that Ewing effect where it actually might have like added value to the Giants for us when he got injured. Whereas to a lot of other people, they went, "Oh, their season's done." Like,
Which I actually think it's better because they had a committee approach, and you're better off. I feel I was going back to a win probability wise. You're better off getting 5-yard chunks than home runs or nothing.
yeah,
Because clock management is the most important thing to winning games. This, along with clock management in tandem with scoring while having that, like, but not scoring a lot. Like, just keep the ball, score, you will win the game, right? Because you're going to limit the time that the other team is on the field, and you're going to keep your defense fresh. Because I always say this all the time: no defense is good when they're tired. Doesn't matter. Hall of Fame, if they're tired, they're going to be bad. And that's just the name of the game. At least that's what we believe. It's kind of why we've almost embraced the Titans as of late, and Baltimore to an extent. We've always liked the style of Baltimore, despite them being the real Cleveland Browns. So as I said, there's just a saturation at those two positions. So you're going to be able to get guys later on that are good. And there's been a lot of good running backs. I mean, my favorite running back to watch since I've been a football fan is Jamal Charles, 3rd-round pick out of Texas. You know, Arian Foster, UDFA. It means it's more doable. It's harder to find like a UDFA quarterback, but like when's the last one, Big Ryan? Was Tony Romo?
I think so. Like this is something that we can find out pretty quickly. Tyler Huntley? Like, are you talking about successful?
Yes. Yeah.
Like, I can't think of any off the top.
Yeah,
of my
yeah,
head.
exactly.
I'll list off the top. Or Jeff Garcia, undrafted quarterback. Jeff Garcia. There's some interesting undrafted players here. Josh Cribbs, Wayne Sherbet, Donnie Shell.
It's Wayne.
Tony
Wayne
Romo.
Krebet.
So you're right. Jeff Saturday was an undrafted player.
That's unbelievable. Lennon Fletcher's a good player. Priest Holmes was undrafted.
Yep.
Kind of making my point with this list.
Vinatieri, Arian Foster,
Brian Waters was unbelievable.
Welker, James Harrison. That's interesting.
Yeah. John Randall's unbelievable.
Did you know that Antonio Gates played basketball in college?
Here we go with that.
Warren Moon. So Kurt Warner and Warren Moon are easily the top 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah. That's
and Romo. Romo was pretty good too. And
yeah,
Jeff Garcia wasn't.
He was good. Jeff Garcia is a good player.
Bad.
I bought NFL 2K5 because I've been playing a lot of poker, and I wanted to get my mind off it. And the last good football game ever made, it was NFL 2K5. Apparently it's the gold standard. And just finished the season with, you guessed it, Jeff Garcia quarterback.
Oh, there you go. So Tony brings up Rodgers wants to leave the Packers. That's been kind of like the MO of today, is that Rodgers wants to leave the Packers. I think Fat Guy and I had a brief conversation about this, but I think it's all BS. Fat Guy thinks where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, I do. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean like something's gonna happen.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he might be putting feelers out to say he's unhappy, like, because this would be the way to do it, right? Oddly enough, going through the media is usually a terrible idea, but right on draft day, where there's a potential for moves, and the OU on first round moves was 4.5, so there's a good chance that like there could be trades, and then perhaps if you leak that, then teams would come calling at least, because they wouldn't think that you can call for arguably the second best player in the league, third best player.
Yeah.
But he is older and that type of stuff. I mean, it would make sense for San Francisco to pull the trigger. They have the draft capital. They would storm to the favorite to win the Super Bowl. It makes sense, but at the same time, like getting that deal done is just, I don't know, it's just very, very difficult to pull off. So, yeah, he might be unhappy, but like, you need two to tango there, tough guy.
I just think it's a weird story to come out on draft day. Like, I know that there is stuff that, like, draft day is just a heavy time for stuff to happen, but for this specific story, I think it
Big Rye
feels
thinks
like,
it's a headline grabber.
yeah. Like, when I turned on the TV coverage for this, the first thing they talked about on the top of the hour was how he's unhappy.
Oh,
And
that's
then,
what they did?
yeah, and
What
then
a waste of time.
well, then
Are
the
they
other
for real?
Yeah, then the other thing I found funny is they, two guys pick a side and they just argue. And they were trying to make the case that picking a quarterback was good because they're still winning and that it wouldn't have helped them win the Super Bowl if they drafted somebody else, which I thought was pretty funny because it's like, what is it? Are you trying to win now or are you trying to be just a good franchise for the foreseeable future? I think kind of the point, at least to us fans, is to win. Maybe from a front office or ownership perspective, you'd rather just be good for a long time rather than great for a short time. It's be an interesting thing to think about from an owner's perspective.
Well, it depends what the owner's goal is. I mean, if you own the Cincinnati Bengals, you're what's his name, Mark Brown. You have the least amount of money in the league. Being in the league is a thing. So, like, if you had a winning team, you go to a playoff, you get a few extra $1 million. That makes a difference to an owner like that. A guy like Dave Tepper, who owns the Panthers, I'm pretty sure that guy just wants to win. Same with Shahid Khan, who owns the Jaguars. I never always say that weird. Those are guys that want to win. Has it happened yet? No, but like, I don't think they care. I think they want it all or nothing. Like, that's kind of what I feel like those types, because the guys that are super, super wealthy, because this is a luxury thing. It's much like it's a micro version of English Premier League soccer, like where it's like billionaires are just, do you know what I mean, competing against each other on the field with their dollars. So it's an interesting. It's kind of getting that way. If there wasn't a salary cap, boy, would this be interesting.
Yeah, that would be fun. Does baseball have a salary cap now, or are they still? I think it's still like whatever you want, right?
Yeah. The richest owner is now the Mets owner, from what I understand. So that gives them a huge, huge uptick.
Appreciate the love, Sonny. NFL time, we're back. So Pinnacle isn't big for props, but I did write out all of the different props for Pinnacle. Team's first pick, you can bet if it's going to be an offensive or defensive player. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Jacksonville is not on this board. You can't draft or you can't pick who they're going to take first because it's most likely going to be Lawrence. I think I saw him at like minus 10,000 at some places. So
at minus 10 and 12,000.
Yeah, it's pretty guaranteed. They also had a couple here, 5 head-to-head odds listed, and the first one was Kyle Pitts versus Jamar Chase, and they had Kyle Pitts at a minus 450 favorite to be selected first. Travis Etienne and Javonte Williams. I prefer Javonte Williams. That's who I would go with over Travis Etienne, but it seems like Etienne is the more likely one to get selected first.
Williams is a popular sleeper amongst pundits. They like him because he averaged, I think it was like 7.6 yards per carry in college. Is obvious. I don't need to say any more than that. But what on tape told you this on the quick rundown that you did?
I know as far as style of running backs who I really like are guys that might be a little bit shorter but a little bit heavier.
Power.
Like I like 220. Like I like 220 and up backs. And Travis Etienne's 205. Javonte Williams he's either 220 or 230. I can't remember off the top of my head. But Etienne is like, maybe the league is moving to this, but he's one of those guys that's like a little bit like he's Mark Ingram's size without Mark Ingram's power, if that makes any sense.
I was gonna bring up Mark Ingram. Mark Ingram played big.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Like, he looks like he's 220 and plays like he's 220.
Yeah, but he's only like a $195, Mark Ingram.
Yeah. Etienne is one of these guys he's a speed guy. He can break off these big runs, and I don't know what it is every year, but like people get enamored with running backs that are fast, and to me it just doesn't always translate.
It barely translates.
I'm trying to think of like which running back he reminds me of in the league right now, and I'm just gonna pull up running back depth charts because I can't think of any off the top of my head. Trying to find like a guy who's more fast than anything.
What, a running back?
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at guys that are like more speed dependent, and there isn't really a lot of guys that stand out to me as speed guys, at least like starters.
Trying to think who the fastest one would be. Like even Kamara is just a 4.5 guy. Like that's not.
Yeah, I want to say Kamara, but Kamara is so special. Like Kamara,
well, he's agile.
Level.
It's a little bit different, and
Yeah.
he's a multifaceted. That's kind of what they want. I mean, pure speed guy. I don't know if there's too many of those. If you look at third down backs, I can't really think of it, to be honest.
Like it makes me think of Chris Johnson, but Etienne's bigger than Chris Johnson, and like I don't think he's as fast as Chris Johnson.
Chris Johnson turned into, this is the thing, him and LaDainian Tomlinson, obviously Tomlinson with a far better career, they became competent backs when their speed went. That was what was rare about those guys. When LaDainian Tomlinson was on the Jets, he was fantastic. And it's because he embraced the roles of being like, okay, I'm not the best athlete ever again, like at this moment. So like he made up for it in just football IQ. He was a great teammate. Like it just, I don't know, like that's just such a rare breed, but he was a pretty fast guy too, LT. But it's weird that we have to go back that far. Charles was also multifaceted. I can't think of a pure speed guy now that Dree Archer.
Yeah, like, and maybe that's the thing, is that those guys just don't pan out. But there are running backs that do have more top end speed, and I feel like they get pushed up the ladder when it comes to being selected.
Devin Singletary.
Like
I'm thinking
maybe like. I'm having a tough time just remembering 40 times for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. He only ran a 4.66. Yikes.
Etienne?
No, Devin Singletary. So it's not gonna.
Yeah. Like I'm thinking like guys like Elliott, but like Elliott's a lot more well-rounded, and maybe it's just not fair that Etienne maybe is more well-rounded than I believe. I'm gonna be back shortly, but this first pick, it's not gonna be too exciting, so I'll let you take this away for a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm trying to get on so I can even watch it. Oh, shoot. I got to post this. Sorry, gents. I got to post my bet in my group. And there we are. For all... Okay. Sorry, I couldn't fill the dead air without Big Rye. I guess he's my I don't know. Was he the straight man? I don't know. I don't know if either of us are straight at this point. But it is exciting to have an NFL draft or some NFL news. I haven't been as interactive on the other sports because I don't know them as well. Like it's hard to give an expert opinion on Discord when like you really don't know. So it's tough. It is tough. Well, in fact, actually, it would just be dishonest, more or less. Here we go. Finally got the draft up. Here we go. I guess they haven't actually done it. Who's this Desmond Howard? Now they got a new a new face. There's Heath Evans. Oh, it's outdoor. I guess it has to be for health regulations. There are a lot of brownies in the crowd. Wow. I mean, it's in Cleveland, so that makes sense. But I mean, I don't know. With the way things are today, I wouldn't have expected that. I hope there's not too much pageantry. Yeah, these guys are into it. When's the last time Cleveland drafted in the 20s? That's a question. That's a question in itself. Some Colts fans, too. Huh. At least that's what they're panning on. I guess they're going to have everybody. I guess that's kind of the point. Subway potato bun side. I always comment over commercials because I always feel like marketing is just so behind in at least corporate marketing. But then again, you always have to be so safe that you can't do anything edgy because you're going to upset people. Yeah, so Big Riot is gone during the first pick because it's minus 12,000. I think we know who's going. I wonder how big a bet they would take at minus 12,000. If you bet 1.2 million. Oh, Mickey Hill, hello, sir. Unfortunate, but good to have a. It feels like a vis-a-vis type interaction rather than the odd tidbit I drop in the Discord. Here, I should put up. I should get Big Ry to put up my draft bet. So the first two are pretty obvious. I put Trey Lance as for the 49ers at quarterback. I'll post my picks on Discord, Mickey. It was just a quick pool. It's amongst friends, so it's not like it's not too official. So there's still a few bucks on the line though. Go Broncos. Yeah, Broncos are an interesting one. Where are they going to go? I would imagine quarterback. That's kind of where I have my money, but we're going to see. Yeah, I'm going to post my in the Discord here. Yeah, so after Trey, I'm gambling pretty big on the Niners taking Trey Lance, but it's between him or Mac Jones from what I've read at least. So, I mean, you have to go one way or the other. So, from what I read, I kind of like the idea of them drafting Trey Lance. Kyle Pitts to the Falcons seems to be the the overwhelming odds favorite, and then Jamar Chase to the Bengals. I just find it weird. The Bengals and a receiver, do they really need one? They have T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd. Like, that's really good. So you need a third guy? Like, why not take Penei Sewell and lock? You had Jonah Williams from, when was that? Was that last year? He tore his ACL last year. Oh, they really have to do. I like Kings of Leon, but they really have to do a ban. But yeah, going back to that, Bengals, they have to. Like, what's a receiver gonna do? Why not get a tackle? Why not have? I don't know. I'll never understand that. But that's how the odds say. So then by default, Penei Sewell, because the OU, I put him for the Dolphins. Put Jalen Waddle for the Lions. Panthers, another interesting one. I put Patrick Surtain the second at corner. There's some, if they do take a corner, J.C. Horn would be the other one, but another one that was close, at least when I was viewing the odds. I'll get Big Ry to put it on stream when he comes back. You know, I guess like the draft is such a weird thing, like, because it's sports, but it's only for real nerds and super fans, which makes me think it's disingenuous. Fields to the Falcons. No, Mickey, I looked at the odds. It's so unlikely. It's like minus 460 that, like, because when you look at it, it'll say like minus 270 Kyle Pitts. But when you look at the OU offensive player, so the Falcons are supposed to draft an offensive player at like minus 1,200. I think that's what it is. I'll get some of these numbers wrong, so bear with me. And Kyle Pitts' OU is 4.5, at least when I looked. So like, you know what I mean? Like, unless the Niners are taking him, it's almost a sure thing, right? Of course, I could have egg on my face and it is Justin Fields, because that would fall under offensive player, but it's just very, very, very likely, considering the OU of Justin Fields, which is, I think, was 11.5, and Kyle Pitts was 4.5. But there's surprises. I mean, the Raiders, for instance, they haven't really followed any draft metrics. Here we go. The annual lambasting for Roger Goodell. This is a part I do like, him getting booed. I understand why people like him, though. Or sorry, not people. They don't like him. The owners do. They bring in more revenue every year. It's what's not to like, I guess. I just saw a gray Browns jersey, and I was kind of jealous. I've got very, very many Browns jerseys, but not that type. I think Jarvis Landry is up there, and that looks like Bernie Kosar. And that's Joe Thomas. My Joe Thomas, wearing the number 73. Hard to recognize him with that type of weight loss that I'm jealous about. Bernie Kosar looks a little out of it. Yeah. Well, Billy could trade up, Mickey, to the 7 spot with the Lions. I almost put that in. But in these types of, like, in the one I gambled on, trades, like gambling on trades is just a futile enterprise, because you're going to lose 2 potential picks if you get it wrong. So the stakes are too high. But I would see Billy B trading up to 7. 7 with the Lions makes the most sense. Lions are bad. Like, there's no one player fix it, and a receiver in particular. Like, that's just, that's the thing. Receivers just not going to make you good. Like, it's going to, like, it'll help, but, like, it's just so marginal, right? You just have to be prepared to have players that are boring, you know, which is not a popular thing. Like, boring receivers seem to work. Julian Edelman's a boring receiver, and, you know, Super Bowl MVP, and rightfully so. Oh my goodness, Roger Goodell brought the chair that he did the draft with last year. How lame. It looks kind of cheap for a guy that makes $40 million a year. Oh, they're getting a Jaguar fan to do it. Who's like an all-time Jaguar that would, Tony Baselli. That would have been the guy. He's got to be the most preeminent. Maybe MJD, Maurice Jones-Drew. I'm trying to think who else. John Henderson, maybe. Joe Thomas is. It's one thing that really sucks to me. Could Joe Thomas have just held on for 1 or 2 more years? I know they've replaced him with a guy who's been very, very, very good in Jedrick Wills, but I mean, it would have been lovely to see Joe just get a playoff game. You know, he never played on a winning team. I don't think. Oh, was he on the Derek Anderson team that went 10-6? I think so. So this Jaguar fan is sitting in Roger Goodell's chair from last year. This is really lame. Do they have to drag this pick out now and take 5 minutes?
Well, isn't it a 10-minute? It's a 10-minute clock.
10 minutes?
Yeah, they do. Remember, they do 10 minutes for like the first. I forget if it's every first round pick.
No.
It's just the first like 10 or something like that.
I thought it was.
I'm pretty sure it's 10 minutes for every pick. If I had.
It used to be 3. I like the old. I watched one of the replays.
It can't be 10 minutes for all of them because then that would take them over their 3 hours.
I remember watching I watched a replay of the old ones with Mel Kiper, and it's just guys in a room on the phone. There's something. The low production value of it is endearing to me. And I was saying, like, who is this for? They did a concert before. To watch the draft, you got to be a pretty heavy NFL guy, and I guess I don't know. I'm sad. I want him to go back. You know, like everything. I like the old times.
Well, if you like low budget drafts, you should watch the NHL draft.
And yes, the NHL draft.
They take every single team's like front office staff, which is like 7 or 8 guys, and they all sit around a table.
I watched it once. I was sick from school and like I think probably 2002, and what did I watch? It was Patrick Steffen got picked first, and then the Sedin twins. Trevor Lawrence is an interesting looking guy.
Yeah. Very androgynous.
A little bit. Way of the world, though. This is kind of Cleveland's year. I mean, I actually believe in this team aside from Baker Mayfield. It's weird to say.
It's a talented group.
It's a good roster. With a quarterback aside, I think them and the Colts are the best roster, and the Niners are the best rosters in the league. Which is hard to say that out loud.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. We'll see once this draft settles. It'll be a little bit easier to tell where teams stand as far as next year. It's
a
little bit too early.
Where are the Browns weak? Linebacker? That's nothing.
Yeah, and they've used some draft capital on it, so
and they're young. Like it's weird. It's weird.
Like Taki and
Mac Wilson.
And Mac Wilson, thank you, can develop. I know Mac Wilson had an excellent preseason in his rookie year.
He's a big intercept. Like he's had amazing interceptions in his collegiate career, and in the preseason.
But then I don't think he has one in the regular season yet. So
those are high variance plays, though, right? You want a boring guy. They had him, Joe Schobert, but it didn't. Like the money didn't work out because eventually those guys they have to get paid. Blake Martinez, you know, I used to every year I do a draft for like most interceptions, most tackles, most receiving yards with a friend of mine. And like Blake Martinez was the first overall pick almost every year. And because why? He gets 135 tackles a year. He's on the Giants now. He's going to be getting those. So
it's a little bit comical because this is 10 minutes to make this pick. And the first 4 minutes on the broadcast, it's just been Trevor Lawrence talk.
Yeah.
So it's like, even the network it's pretty evident that this pick is coming through. I just like that they can't announce it until the clock runs out.
Well, they like preamble, Big Rye.
Yeah.
It's kind of like if anyone watched the Triller fights with the Logan Paul Ben Askren, the concerts and preamble was out of this world. The worst event I've ever watched in my life. Some people might have liked it. That's the thing. So I guess it's not for me, is it?
Probably not.
No. I did get to see the Biebs, though. I thought this guy was Heath Evans at a first glance. Boy, do I have egg on my face. On broadcast, too, they caught me. Oh, this is outside first energy? Of course, it's a horrible day in Ohio. Look at that smog and rain.
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, the draft is in Cleveland.
It is. Twitchy and explosive. I don't know if I like those adjectives.
Which broadcast are you watching?
TSN.
TSN, ESPN?
I guess, yeah. There's
Is there
says
ESPN
ABC.
in the bottom left?
It's ABC in the bottom left.
What are they showing you right now?
Number 3 running in for a touchdown. There's
I'm
4
getting like Dwayne Haskins stuff. I have no clue why they're showing Dwayne Haskins stuff right now, but oh, they're showing that he is. I can't hear what they're saying, so it's hard to say. Yeah, I get it, Hallow. But I'm confused. I guess they're just using Haskins as a comparison for Lawrence.
Well, that's not a fun one. It's at least it's negative for once. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's bad to have Schadenfreude for negativity, but I mean, like most, like a lot of draft picks don't work out. So I guess I don't know. It's a bold take though. Yeah. Because the other thing too is when there's a great book called Skin in the Game by an author I disagree with personally on a variety of levels, but I like his books and his topics are interesting. Nassim Taleb. And Skin in the Game is like a lot of pundits, they can make proclamations, but there's no repercussions if they're wrong, right? Like very rarely. Mm-hmm. So like there's safe ways of being wrong. Like now they have Twitter and they kind of bring it up a bit more, even though, you don't lose your job or anything. But when you take a hard take against, someone like Trevor Lawrence, and say he's going to be Dwayne Haskins and you're wrong, that one gets brought up all the time to like discredit you. Whereas if you said he's going to be really good and he's not, it's not really a big deal, right? So There's a whole sort of stigma around that. I already ate Hollow Tree. I got to be honest. The mukbang's over. Dude, Shad Khan's in the back there. Now he's clapping. Yeah.
So he's at the draft.
He's surprised in the war room. He's in the war room.
Okay, that makes more sense. Adam Schefter looks like he might need a touch-up. Guy looks like he hasn't slept for weeks.
I don't have Adam Schefter on my broadcast. I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, we have different broadcasts up. It's interesting. They're both from TSN.
Oh, TSN has that one as well? I'm on TSN 5.
I'm on 1.
Oh, it's on 1? I'm going to switch.
Where can Hallow Tree send a food gift card? What's your P.O. box?
Yeah, I'm gonna get one. So I guess it remains to be seen. Feed the fat guy. That kind of works, right? Live TV. What would I even want? You should just eat from the grocery store, to be honest. Why did I go TSN? Like, I intuitively went to TSN 5. I guess because I thought that it would be weird.
Yeah.
That actually, mine makes more sense. Why would it be on TSN 1? Oh, yeah, they don't even have hockey. Oh, there's Mel Kiper. Hey, Booger McFarlane, which way's the bathroom? The pick is in.
Oh, finally. The suspense can end.
You want to put up my draft in the...
Yeah, for sure. I've got it here. So you've got Trevor Lawrence being selected first. I don't
Do
think
I?
There's too much of a surprise there. And you're able to put in a team if it trades to that spot?
Yeah, the only one I was close to doing was number 7, Patriots to Lions for Justin Fields.
I see. All right, the first pick is coming in now.
I got it, 1 for 1. Oh, a lot of excitement at the Lawrence household. How much pretending is this? Okay, you could bet whether he cried or not, and no was minus 1,000. Looks like that cashed. Who did he hug first?
I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I'm choked. I missed that one. Girlfriend and mom were the favorites, so
Yeah, they were the two beside him.
he should have went like total contrarian and go dog. Dude, how much did Gatorade pay for that hat?
Probably quite a bit. More than they'd like to admit. Oh, this is perfect. It looks like you've got multiple people willing to chip in for this food gift card, fat guy.
Oh,
nice. What kind of food are you interested in eating?
What do the people want?
Yeah,
I'll go full seafood buffet if it's provided. I don't know if you guys got that kind of coin. Few do these days. Oh my God! Now Mel Kiper's saying I had Josh Allen ahead of Sam Darnold. Who cared? Like, that's such a reverse flex. So did we. You and I had Josh Allen number 1. Big deal. We've been wrong hundreds, thousands of times.
You know who I thought was going to be really good? Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah, he was for a time.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one I missed completely on. I thought Solomon Thomas was going to be a big time defensive player.
I thought so too. And
Didn't even get his contract picked up.
I was joking about Le'Veon Bell. I wasn't a huge fan coming into the draft.
Were you? Oh, you were the I thought that was one of your guys.
No.
Yeah, but then you hit on David Johnson. You said David Johnson was the best running back in the draft, and he was a 5th round pick, and you were right. Yeah. Like, I mean, but I feel like back then it was easier, and that was only 10 years ago. Where
I miss when I love the draft when the Titans took that. I can't even remember the guy's name now, but he was the first pick, first running back selected. I think in the mid-second round range.
What, recently?
Yeah, like within the last 5 years.
I can't even remember now. See, that's how like bizarre it is. Oh, I love Donaire. It's a little bit culturally conflicting for me. So I'll just call it a Euro, I guess, but I can still stomach it because it is very good food. Hot wings and poutine, I can make that happen. No Pizza Hut, though. I'm not doing that.
Sorry, it was 2014. Bishop Sankey was the first running back selected.
Bishop Sankey. Oh, that's because he was a good pass blocker.
It's just
was he the guy that literally couldn't catch?
No, you're thinking of
Oh, he was drafted by the football team, formerly the Redskins.
That was like a 6th round guy.
Yeah.
And his name was like Scarlet or something.
Yeah. It was like literally the guy who could not catch a football, which is hilarious. I'm like, how'd you make it?
I remember there was a report too that he was working on his catching. Like,
if you haven't figured it out by now, like, that's one that mystifies me. They're like, the guys that can't catch. You could find in the average American backyard a kid that can catch, and then you'll be like, oh, they whip the ball like a bullet. Yes, they do. I get it. And you're gonna get, weird Booger McFarlane fingers, but
it was Locke Seastrunk.
Lake Seastrunk. Yeah.
Also 2014. You can tell Fat Guy and I did a lot of running back.
Yeah, we did do a lot of work those years. There was a lot of work those years.
So we got Donair, we got Hot Wings, we got Poutine.
Wow.
All things that sound mediocre at best. Maybe Donair you could go with.
Those are grocery stuff. My barbecue though, I want to get a new one. I barbecued some bad boy wings at the Mustang guy's house a few months ago. He had a sick grill setup though. Although we taste tested against the air fryer, and it was like the barbecue was better, but it was like for the mess. You know what I mean? I have an air fryer. It's quite convenient.
Yeah, the air fryer is nice. The Jets pick is in, so they have not traded away the second pick.
This guy was like minus 5,000.
It looks like they're comparing him to Garoppolo, which I'm not 100% sure. They're just showing Garoppolo highlights for some reason.
Garoppolo's not a bad player. I don't know where this is coming from. Like,
yeah, I don't get that either.
It's because they want, like, when you're on a good team and you don't win, like a quarterback, you're bad. Win a Super Bowl.
I would like to see Fat Guy eat like 10 pounds of calamari. I think that would be funny.
I don't it's too much fried stuff. If it was like Greek calamari where it's just like a huge squid on a grill, I could brew that. That I could do.
Yeah.
But like the breading, that would get too boggy.
Well, let's take the breading off. Let's just do like an 8-pound octopus, like a 2-foot 8.
Yeah, how you gonna get that? And then I gotta cook it. I'm not cooking it inside. So now I'm doing cast iron on the barbecue. I don't even have a cast iron. I have I think a 16-incher. We're trying to figure out the logistics. That's not good enough for an octopus. You need a bad boy. Your dad at your barbecue, that would have worked.
I'm sure we could go fishing in the Fraser River for a few hours and probably find one near the bottom.
Get a sturgeon.
Yeah, so Zach Wilson does go second, as expected.
Rich boy, Jets. Here we go. It has to feel good to, like, if you're a Jets fan, like, you don't get some weird tight end or corner. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's something better about swinging and missing on a quarterback.
Quarterback's exciting, and it's easy to watch. It's easy to be critical of, or it's easy to be super happy. Like, it's polarizing whether he does good or bad.
Yeah, but there's just more hope.
Yeah.
Hope is a currency that people want. But then again, like think if you're a Patriots fan, think of the ones that like are questioning now because they had one 7-9 season. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, it's how outlandishly ridiculous it is because it didn't pass the eye test for a lot of people,
Yeah.
which is ridiculous to me. And then I think about all of those like irrational beliefs, and that gives me hope about. There you go. I'm buying into the hope currency thing too. That gives me hope about betting in the future because realistically, we're betting against superstition and irrational belief. Like you and I aren't betting things we like. I don't like betting on garbage teams. Well, I do now just because of the irony, I guess, and the profitability. It just has been right over the years, but
Yeah.
it's you just because you end up taking the last kid picked, but you usually get the most value that way. It's the only way you get value, really.
So for this third pick, you've gone with Trey Lance. I think Trey Lance is the pick for them to make. I also see they were thinking about Mac Jones. I see you have Mac Jones 20th here, so it'd be quite the fall from grace for Mac Jones, who was favored to go third earlier, even as of yesterday. And now it's looking like Trey Lance is the more likely pick at third. There is also the outside possibility that somehow San Fran manages to package a bunch of stuff together and maybe pick up a different quarterback through trade, but we'll be able to tell within the next 5 minutes if that's gonna.
This is the big crux of the draft. This pick right here.
So Trevor Lawrence opted to stay home, but had like 30 people at his house. Zach Wilson is here. Made the walk onto the stage. Looking very Hollywood-esque.
Hugged the Rodgers, made him humble.
There's a lot of blonde hair and blue eyes excited backstage.
The what high school did you go? You Something Canyon, out in Utah.
Oh yeah, that does look like a shitty day in Cleveland.
Wow, that's almost an oxymoron though. You could say the same thing about Vancouver where we live.
Yeah, that's true.
I imagine summer's nicer in British Columbia than Ohio. Ohio just I don't know. But I'm saying that wearing brown stuff. I like the grittiness of people like that. I don't know. I'm from a wimpy town. I like, Cleveland. I don't know. There's just something that is endearing to me about it. I don't know what it is.
So the Dolphins originally had this pick, but they traded down to get the 12th overall pick and future picks. It looked like first, second.
Is anyone on the phone? Oh, picks in.
Well, looks like San Fran's going to be happy to go forward with most likely a quarterback here.
It's a very, very, very high chance.
Seeing so far, I don't believe these first 3 or 4 picks, there's nothing really going on as far as any of the stuff that I have tracked. I guess San Fran, it doesn't even give you the option. The Jets just pick. They also don't have the team first pick up as far as betting is concerned. If I'm thinking they do go Trey Lance here, and I actually do like Trey Lance in this offense with Kyle Shanahan and just how this team is built. I think it wouldn't be too bad at all. But I also don't think he might, I don't know if he'd be able to beat out Garoppolo in a quarterback competition if they're both there.
So in my pool, majority of guys have Trey Lance here, which is unfortunate. I would have gone Mac Jones then. Nobody has Mac Jones.
I think the last site I looked at, which would have been like an hour or two ago, was I think Lance was like minus 150 and Jones was like a plus 120 to
Yeah,
be
I would have
selected
taken
third.
Mac Jones had I seen everybody else's. So,
Yeah.
so there's some Justin Fields too in my pool.
They just flashed Penny Sewell as the number, I guess, the fifth best player left, and I really like what I saw from him. I think he could be a special
Yeah,
player.
I've heard Rashawn later could be better.
Well, I think it was Rashad. It was one of the guys just looked technically awesome. Like as far as run blocking and cutting off like angles for potential tacklers, the guy was spectacular, and he did it at the first level, he did it at the second level. Like it was something to see. I really did like pretty much every single tackle or offensive line prospect. The only guy that was the Alex Leatherwood was the only guy really hard to find footage on. So he
That's
was
a
the
fun
toughest. Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah,
I like Quiddy Pay, and I like
Kwity
him
Paye.
as a player. He looked awesome. He looked very, very good. Three for three, fact
Three
guy.
for three. 3 for 3.
Hey, fat guy, if Big Roy was a pot roast, what sauce would you eat him with?
Oh, pot roast. That's you'd want to do like a red wine, like pot roast and red wine are just like I was gonna make beef bourguignon today, but I woke up too late. So normally it'd be some sort of red wine base. Use the juices in there. Put a tiny bit of beef stock, a little bit of butter, bit of flour though. You're gonna have to heat it just a bit to get the floury taste out while you're whisking it too to get air and incorporate air and also emulsify it. So a little bit of pan juices, tiny bit of beef stock, mostly red wine, butter, seasoning, and flour. Yeah, that would work great. Big
So
Rye is not really like a good stock to eat though. He doesn't have.
there's
He's
not a
not
lot of meat on
muscular.
these
He's a little
bones.
bit doughy. It's just it would be like eating a raw scallop. No matter how long you cooked it, you couldn't soften them up.
So with Trey Lance is looks to be very dangerous on the ground, and I think that's going to play in San Francisco's
Well,
favor.
yeah, they're a hybrid run. Like this gives them that added benefit too. I don't know how good of a passer this guy's going to be. What I don't know. Well, that's the thing. I've never made human stock. Maybe you cut the head off, shave it. Obviously, you can't have hair in there. Boil it in a pot. Although you can get that disease from eating brains, so there's that whole thing. I guess you'd use calf because it's tough. I don't know. I don't know about being a runner is like why are they? I don't like they're showing running highlights.
Yeah, because he's more than that. I believe he was very limited in turnovers, but it's also tough. Like you and I don't know how tough the competition is for him every single game. So
He went to
it's
North Dakota State. I mean, that college has raised to prominence when Carson Wentz went. Was Carson Wentz first or second? I can't remember. Goff went first. He went second.
I think Goff was first overall.
Yeah, Goff was first, and then whatchamacallit, than Carson Wentz. How do you just throw in? Oh, now you got Steve Young. So a running quarterback once played for San Francisco that was successful. That means this guy's him. It's kind of like, you know what I mean? Like if someone's left-handed, they're Michael Vick or Steve Young.
Yeah, it's easy for comparisons.
It's pundit stuff. I mean, I know we're ragging on him, but I guess this is what people. This is the interesting thing. The market. These people exist for a reason. Do you know what I mean? Like, people want to listen to this stuff.
Fat guy, what do you think about Lamar Jackson next year?
I'm interested in that, like, because they haven't re-signed him. So, like, Baltimore is such a shrewd team. I could actually see them. Like, obviously, you want to lock up a guy like that for a long time, but maybe he's more of a like. I don't say this too often, but maybe he's more likely a product of his environment. Because Baltimore might be the best run franchise in the NFL. I think we can all, even if you don't believe that that's true, they're at least in the conversation. They're, and I just think there's a lot of like good things in place for him to succeed. Like coaching is impeccable. They reinvent themselves, but I think that, yeah, like obviously there was going to be a regression. We thought there would be one last year. There was, but like. He's going to have like a base level of play, and I think the team is going to be better around him. I just don't know if he has this ceiling that like he was league MVP, so obviously that's a very high ceiling, but in terms of like win probability, I don't know if it's that high. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they went 14-2, but in those tough games, I think he's more beatable against a stronger, well-rounded roster. If he faces a good athletic defense that's coached well, I think that team has a very strong advantage. So, yeah, I mean that's all pundit talk. I mean he should have a really good year. I would imagine that the Ravens go 10-7 probably is around what it should go. They should probably make the playoffs, and I don't know if they can rise above that. Very, very. I don't know if it's likely of them rising above that. I think, but then again, what's a good defense? You know what I mean? Aside from Washington, I can't think of one team that actually has a good defense. Maybe the Dolphins and the Rams, but like that's really, really being speculative. But I could see the Ravens trading him or something like that. I could see that at some juncture. That wouldn't surprise me. Just because that team's really strong, and I don't know. I think he's more of a product of his environment. He's just one of the best athletes in the NFL, if not the best. It's like if Terrell Pryor put it together.
Yeah, Pryor was the guy that we really did enjoy watching.
Pryor was unbelievable, and like he's what I thought Pryor could be. Pryor also didn't get the chance though. He was too. He never was on a. Adventurous enough a team. You know what I mean? Like the Ravens are okay, this guy has this strengths, we can do this. Why did he get that guy up out of the chair?
I just don't really understand.
Four for four, fat guy.
Yeah, so things have stayed pretty chalk so far, I guess you could say. As far as betting standards are concerned, I have no clue what people were predicting outside of betting worlds. Well, Mandy, you're a pick behind. The Niners already made their selection and picked a quarterback. Hallow thinks the Ravens and Jackson need each other, honestly. Well, I'm glad that you're honest. Kyle Pitts' comparison is Darren Waller. he looks really, really good. I just don't know if I like a tight end getting taken this high and the amount of salary he's going to take up for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Because
Well, it's tight end, wide receiver. He's a hybrid.
Yeah, he's going to be getting paid probably like around $7 million a year for.
Well, it's a lower cap, so the CBA they might have lowered with it. I don't know, but yeah, $5 to $7 million, which is a lot for a rookie tight end. Like that wasn't the catch they just showed was just high.
They're comparing him to Kelsey. I think a lot of players still have a long way to go before they become Travis Kelsey. What is going on, Jamie? How are you doing?
Jamie, hello, sir. Hope you're keeping us safe in the big house. Love having you back.
Yeah, they were just comparing Kelsey to Kyle Pitts, who's the tight end that got selected fourth overall.
I think it's silly.
Well, Kyle Pitts he's just a tremendous athlete and a big guy who's going to be able to play. He's like a tight end wide receiver hybrid. So essentially what they're saying is that he's going to be a guy that plays on the outside or in the slot. He's not much of a blocker, so he's not like an inline guy. He's not like a two-way guy either, like Kittle. Like Kittle can just destroy games matchup-wise either way.
Kittle is a true two-way guy, which is, I don't know. That's what I would want as tight end, if that's what I'm getting. Did you see the War Room in Atlanta?
I missed it.
Dude, they were pumped. I think they gave up too much, Jamie, and but I get it. I get it. The Chiefs roster is awesome. They have the best player in the league. I've moved him ahead of Russell Wilson. It's their what
I like it because they need it. They need a tackle.
They do need it.
And there's way too much of an investment in Patrick Mahomes and his future. Like you gotta if they even have to cut down some other spots and other strengths to shore up those tackle spots, it's worth it.
But there's this issue though with the salary Mahomes is going to command and the draft capital they're giving away. You need those picks to give you cheap contracts to keep this thing rolling, right? Well, and the Super Bowl was a small window into if you're, you know what I mean? Even if you put the best player on a poor performing team, it's going to be tough to get results in the important results, let's call them, right? Like he's still going to beat up on bad teams regardless of who's around him. But like, I don't know. Like, I just think the draft capital is just needed because of the contracts that are the way the NFL works money wise. Like that's the rookie deals is just such a big part of having a successful team.
Yeah, totally.
That it's kind of why like Arizona went balls to the wall, kind of. Like think about Arizona. They go, okay, we got Kyler Murray. They're paying Kyler Murray what, $7 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you know what I mean. In 3 years, they're gonna have to, or 4 years, they're gonna have to pay him. 3 or 4 years, they're gonna have to pay him $30 million. That's $23 million. So, I don't see how like I understand like the impetus and the importance of rookie deals and saving that money is big. Oh, I don't think he's a rental, Jamie. It's just the issue with giving up draft capital to pay somebody. So like it's a double whammy, but it is necessary, as Big Riot said, right? And there's no guarantee in the draft, right? Like say they traded up. Let's say they traded up and got Sewell, or let's just say they drafted 7 offensive linemen with all, you know, assuming they had 7 picks. I haven't checked Tankathon lately. That doesn't mean you're going to have 7 competent linemen, right? The Kyle Long signing I thought was really, really, really good because it's a $5 million gamble on potentially a really strong guard, and I think that boosts the O-line. So it's an interesting thing. I just don't like giving up draft capital to pay somebody. And the other thing too is that attitude-wise, I didn't like it. He seemed a little bit cocky for a guy that's played limited games at left tackle, albeit they're very, very good, but they were limited. Surprising, not that strong of an athlete either. Orlando Brown Jr.
Jamie,
Comes from good pedigree, though.
I want to break down too. If you're the Chiefs GM and you have Mahomes and you have a very, very talented roster, you're trying to do the most you can with the guys you have. And what I mean by that is that the Chiefs didn't have backup plans at tackle. They didn't have backup plans on that O-line. So when those guys went down in the Super Bowl and they had to play backups that are, they're not replacement level bad. Like they're bad. They're bad players that had to play tackle in that Super Bowl. Like the Chiefs are they're stuck. Like they've done everything they can to make every starter position as best they can. So when those two things fall, when they have to go replace him, they're going to have to pay more. So what Fat Guy's saying is that because the Chiefs have focused so much on bringing these starters in to be strong players to win now, part of that battle is when you do lose out on guys, the guys that get hurt on the outside, you got to pay more to bring in guys that are going to be similar. So that's the thing, is that they took their risk, they took their gamble. It didn't work out. Fisher got hurt. Mitchell Schwartz got hurt, and they got to bring in somebody else because these guys aren't going to cut it, and that team is too good not to bring in players now to win. But it's going to be bad news, in 2 years and 3 years, because they're not going to be able to pay all these guys.
Well, the Chiefs can go this way too. This is another one. Just literally forget about. I think linebacker, secondary, have the worst secondary and linebacking group in the league. I think and to just go for a shootout every game. That's a way of saving money to make this thing float, right? Like that's because the problem is those shootouts get tiring and stuff like that. And there is one way of beating that too. If you find a team that's like the Raiders are capable of doing this, the Colts have done this where they just run it down your throat. Like that can happen, but that might be a strategy, right? Like get a good D-line and just abandon paying any corners, any secondary, any linebackers for that matter. And just get coverage linebackers too, like guys that aren't good at stopping the run necessarily. That's a strategy. It's just they're going to have this it's like anything. It's unlimited wants unlimited wants, limited resources, right? So yeah, and then, like also too, like those third receivers, like what's the difference between Hardman and Sammy Watkins? You could argue Hardman's better. He's on a rookie deal. Dump Sammy Watkins, things like that. Like, know what I mean?
I'm gonna make you a little bit sick here, but it just came over the news today in the NFL that the Chiefs signed Byron Pringle, or re-signed Byron Pringle, wide receiver, for $3 million 1 year.
It's not.
It's weird. It's bizarre.
Ooh, 5 in a row, Fat Guy.
So Cincinnati takes the first wide receiver of the draft in Jamar Chase because Kyle Pitts is considered a tight end. That's tough, Jamie, especially if your kid just started watching football the last 2 years. It feels like the Chiefs can score whenever they want.
It was an exciting time, right, to be born into that. You know what I mean? Because all you know is winning. I remember, what was it? Yeah, like Pringle. There you go. Playing on I played soccer growing up. We both did. I played on teams that rarely lost, maybe lost one game a year. And then I moved up and played 2 years above and on a young team. And I remember that year, I think we went just below 500. And that shell shock of what? We didn't win the league. Like, what happened? And it was just very, imagine being a college player. And I think that happens a lot because a lot of those college players were they were the best in their state in high school. They were the best in college. They won all the time. And then they go and play on a bad NFL team because it's usually where they're going to get drafted. Do you know what I mean? Because of the way it's situated. And then that shell shock of like, man, it's tough to win. Right. So that's a thing, right? Like, so your kid's going to have a tough life in terms of enjoying sports because the bar has been set so high. But then again, you have Mahomes, right? So he's his whole adolescence. Who knows? Maybe they get another Mahomes after. The likelihood is insanely low, but.
So, Chase, a lot of these wide receivers reminded me of Amari Cooper because you're watching footage of them and they're just open by like 5-10 yards every time. So it's hard to say like how that's going to translate to the NFL, and I'm uncertain. Let's say that.
Well, it's exactly it. They've been the fastest and most athletic guy, and then they're going to go to the league and realize there's a guy like them on every team.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you look at Peyton Manning's first year at quarterback and how many interceptions he threw. And he goes, I just never, and he talks about it candidly. He goes, I didn't think guys could close the gap my timing was off because he didn't think guys could make the window that quick. But in reality, how many of the fastest people in the world, how many of them are in the NFL out of the top 100? Probably 15, 20. You know what I mean? Out of the top 500, probably 100. You know what I mean? Like this is, I always, whenever I explain football to a layman, I'm like, it's multiple Olympic athletes on the field at once. And like you have like Olympic weightlifters, Olympic sprinters, you know what I mean? Olympic high jumpers. Yeah, Jamie, only took me 32 years. Exactly. He's not going to go through the same pain as you have. So the appreciation level is going to be different, but that's also a good thing. Isn't it fun to grow up, watching a winner, cheering for a winner? I guess Patriots fans, I mean, the guys that started when they were, 6-7 with Tom Brady, they're in for a reckoning now as long as they hold the ship. So they're saying he's going to be A.J. Brown? Okay.
See, like I have a tough time with that comparison because A.J. Brown is just such a physical specimen.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
I'm not saying that Jamar Chase isn't, but it doesn't look the same. But whatever, that doesn't matter. It's just a comparison. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, but like Metcalf and A.J. Brown are probably the most gym-focused people in the world.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to throw that around. If A.J. Brown took his shirt off, you could grate cheese on his abs. Like, those guys are incredibly, like, they're not just good athletes, they're gym freaks too, and it's hard to. I don't know. There's no one out like those. There's no one like those two guys in the league or in the world. I've never even seen videos of people like that. So, or seen someone in the wild. I don't think they exist. Oh, appreciate it. I definitely will. Yeah, that would have been a great time. I remember I got drunk when I celebrated when the Browns won a Monday Nighter once. Like that was a big deal to me.
Jamie, where did you send it to us? Because I definitely want to check it out. So Dolphins pick is in. We have a Panthers fan that messaged us hoping that Sewell falls to them at 8, but I think it's likely that Sewell goes next, 6th here to the Dolphins. Oh, it might have been. I don't see it. It didn't pop up for me, Jamie, so it might have gotten blocked. Sometimes they block links. You can you email it to us at bigryanthefatguy@gmail.com?
Whoa!
Dolphins select a receiver.
There's my first miss.
he was not expecting that. He was surprised. Jalen Waddle is a speedster. The guy's just super fast, like super fast. But that's what that's what a lot of these receivers just feel like right now. But Waddle is especially fast. It seems like a guy that they've taken to have Tua get the ball out of his hands quicker. Like more yards after the catch type of stuff.
He's a threat. Yeah, like when you have that speed, like you have to have both safeties back. You know what I mean? Or risk getting bombed on. So there's that. I kind of get it though. Miami has the luxury. Like Miami has done such a good job in the front office, coaching. Like I really think they're the team of the future. They're going to be the best team in the league at some juncture. I don't know if Tua is it, but the team's going to be good enough where it might not matter.
They've been my favorite organization
last few years. Mine too. Yeah. Well, because they really literally went from the worst performing roster and worst roster we've ever seen to a legitimate. I don't know if contender is the word, but like a legitimate threat to the division. I don't like, and anything too is I don't really think Buffalo is that much better than them if they are at all. Buffalo has way better quarterback, but they're worse everywhere else. I feel. You know what I mean? And like that's why Buffalo I feel is one of those teams that's just gonna fall off, because like Josh Allen has just played so incredibly well that like I don't know, like you can't. These performances are just showstoppers every time. And again, I said that about Russell Wilson. I'm like, how can you bank on that every time? And I guess it is possible for it to extend for a couple of years, but there has to be some sort of breakdown in those like high variance performances. Because Allen's a top 3-4 player. He's unbelievable. But I like Miami's chances of winning a division this year. New England is a threat too, and the Jets are a lot tougher. So that division, I think, is going to be better as a whole.
I'm just watching Jamie's reaction to the Super Bowl win, and it's awesome. It really is awesome, Jamie. I'm super happy for you.
I like how the guy who wins the Heisman Trophy is a wide receiver, and 2 wide receivers get picked in front of him, and one's on his own team.
Yeah, it's impressive. Like I just find it so. I just find a lot of these receivers very strange. Like that they're getting drafted this high.
Well, like is Waddle like? Is he that much better than CeeDee Lamb? You know what I mean? Like from looking at it last year, or Ruggs. You know what I mean? Like obviously, because those are guys that are fast and and quick. So to compare year to year, and like how much did that add to either of those teams? Lamb had more success than Henry Ruggs did, but Ruggs is from Alabama, similar style. Ruggs might be the fastest guy in the league. Oh, he is unbelievably fast, Jamie.
That's the other
I'm
thing
surprised.
too, is some of these guys, like character probably comes more into this than we realize. Like when they meet with some of these guys, if they come off the right way, they probably boost up. Like, cause you got to spend every day with these guys. Like it's one of those things where if you're gonna draft and build up players, like.
Yeah, but like I don't know. NFL is like kind of breeds. Like there's more. I feel like there's more diva-ish stuff in NFL because of the positions, the way that they are. And I don't know, a lot of that character gets bypassed and stuff like that. It is nice though, like to see a humble receiver is almost an oxymoron. So I'm rooting for this guy already, like based on that type of stuff. I'm surprised. I'm legit surprised that they could get a tackle and they didn't. You know what I mean?
Well, the who do the Dolphins have at tackle?
They
Austin
drafted one last
Jackson
year.
and Robert Hunt. So they drafted they drafted 3 linemen with their first 4 or in the first 4 rounds. And they have a 3rd rounder from 2 years ago. So I think they've already put enough draft capital in and probably like where those guys are progressing. And to be fair, like receiver to me is kind of a weak spot on that team. They picked up they've got him and Will Fuller, which is
that's pretty dangerous. Like,
especially when it comes to running the ball, because safeties are going to have to stay deep. They're not going to be able to put that many guys in a box. And if Tua's leg is healthier and he can be more aggressive as far as running the ball, then it gives them a lot of options.
With those 2 guys able to take the top off. Good pick. Good pick, Lions.
Does he have like a cast on his leg, or that's
those are those
him. He's in the middle, it looks like.
Yeah. Good pick. I'm surprised the Lions were this shrewd. Good for him.
Sewell looks rad. Like, he looks like he's going to be a really good player. But I think that a few of these tackles. What's going on, Max?
Hello, sir. The I don't know, just the basement for a tackle is so high. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know. It's just a position I like more. That's real. I have a bias towards it. And like, to me, you can't really have enough. You know what I mean? The Chiefs had 2 of the better tackles in the league. They go down, lose the Super Bowl. Obviously, that's very simple logic and a 1-game sample, but I think it's good. I think it's actually it can be expanded. You know what I mean? So that's where I would have gone with this Miami pick. I think that I'm impressed with the Lions to make this. I thought they were going to do something dumb. And of course, drafting any of these top athletes isn't dumb, but like something I don't think would have been favorable to their position. So. Oh, I agree, Jamie. I would have taken Sewell if I was the Bengals as well, rather than a wide receiver, or the Dolphins. I both would have done it. I think the Bengals even more so. Oh, dude, the Lions are pumped. They're pumped about getting a tackle. I love that. So, even though I thought the Lions were going to be a dumpster fire, there's something about I don't know. If you're pumped to get a tackle, that's a thing. That's good for me.
So the Dolphins and Lions switch picks for what you predicted. Now we've got the Panthers up next. You have them selecting cornerback Patrick Surtain II.
Yeah. It was close between that and J.C. Horn.
Max brings up the Orlando Brown trade. So we went over it a little bit earlier with Jamie. It's Fat Guy's a little bit down on it just because they had to give up so much to get him.
And they're going to have to pay him.
Yeah, and
they're losing future cheap contracts and draft capital to pay somebody. So it's a trade-off. I don't think that's good or conducive, especially as something a point I didn't bring up earlier. If the cap is murky, do you know what I mean? I don't know what restrictions are in certain states, right? But you know what I mean? Having a bunch of teams in California who perhaps might be more restrictive, and then they're sharing money, it could hurt. Do you know what I mean? Like they could have another year where maybe the cap stays the same, or maybe it goes lower. And then considering how much money they have tied to Mahomes, who I believe that's a fine contract, even though that sounds insane. He's the best player in the league. He's one of the best players I've ever seen. He can win games on his own. I just don't know if the money that you would have saved on the potential draft picks to what you're going to have to pay a guy who's had limited exposure at a position. I don't know. But I understand because, you know what I mean? You have a big asset, and this was the best way to fill the hole at that moment. I don't know. I think the Ravens were shrewd.
Yeah, I think it's a win-win, but it is a short-term plus for Kansas City, and long-term it's going to be better for the Ravens.
Yes. Yeah.
Especially the other thing that sucked, too, is that Brown wanted out, at least from reports.
Yes,
so
that's what I mean.
It kind of hurt his trade value. They might have been able to get a little more, but
no way. No, they got it. I thought they were going to get like a third and a fourth. Especially when a guy does that, like the best GMs in the league have been in the Ravens office for 25 years, I think. Realistically, since from Newsom to DaCosta, and Newsom's still hovering. I still think Newsom was the best. I watched a mini documentary. It was 12 minutes long, and it was about the Ravens' decision to draft Jonathan Ogden, which that might be a thing for the the Dolphins not taking Penei Sewell. They don't need a tackle, but he's the best player available. And those teams are deep, so they don't really need. They don't need to draft on need. And they really needed a running back. And Ozzie Newsome, when everyone said, "Oh, this running back fell," and this is how interesting the end results based the mini doc was. I don't remember which running back it was, and no one would. Whereas Jonathan Ogden is a Hall of Fame player. Ozzie Newsome pointed to the board. He goes, "Best player on the board." They're like, Jonathan Ogden. He was their number one, and he fell. So they took him. They didn't need a tackle. Rest is history. So I'm not saying always take the best player on the board, but like when you're a deep, well-run team, it's kind of a good idea, and that's how I feel about the Dolphins not taking Sewell there, and then they're ruining my perfect draft. I got 7 in the top 7. I missed out on the Sewell one though. Well, I'm in first in the draft.
Nice.
In the pool.
So Panthers up next. They're making their pick as we speak.
No! Oh, I got it mixed up. That was the one I gambled.
J.C. Horn was when the guy, from all the players I watched, he was the guy that stood out to me. I think he's the best player in this draft. And
I mentally flipped a coin. And I got that. I flipped those. Oh, that sucks. Shoot. I wanted to hit that. I was so close to writing that down.
It's a 50-50 flip, like you said.
I know. It's the one I wanted to win. Because it's annoying when you get you're down to 2 guys, Wow, that was really good tackle technique on that. I love it when they looks swipe down.
He just looks all around very, very good from the limited stuff that I've watched.
What's he like in the run game?
Really good. That's the one thing, because I like to see how they tackle, because that's essentially, to me, a lot of people might not agree, but I think that's what won Tampa Bay the Super Bowl, because on their Super Bowl run, they're secondary, and they're just like they're the linebacker, secondary, safeties, just they were so sure on their tackles. And it makes such a difference when teams have to, if you have to do 10, 12 plays to score, a field goal or a touchdown. That's way better than giving up, a big play here and there, and like it just makes it way tougher on the other
Well,
team.
this is the thing. I always had this theory, like, why not draft big wide receivers who have fallen out of favor that are slower but like sure hands, route runner, surer hands. There's no such thing as sure hands. Okay, route runner, strong run blocker. Just play trips bunch on one side, pull a guard, and literally, like, when you play a team that has small corners, which they all do because the market is asking for them, they're just going to get killed or pancaked. Because that's another thing about receivers I've never understood. Like, remember they had Dorial
Beckham
Green
or whatever it
Beckham?
was. Yeah.
He was 6'6", and he couldn't pancake a guy. I'm like, you're against a 5'9" corner. Number one, you should be open all the time. Number two, you should be pancaking this guy in the run game. And you don't really see stuff like that. I think the Colts have an inkling of it with some of their ilk at WR. I'm not saying Hilton is one of those guys, but like some of the deeper guys are able to do that. I just think that's a strategy that is perhaps underutilized. So I want to see the Redskins trade up for Mac Jones. Yeah, that's a possibility. I got him taking a tackle. I wouldn't be surprised. There's supposed to be 4 trades. Like, that's like the OU for this draft, and there hasn't been any. I thought the one was going to be the Lions, but the Lions trading to the Patriots. But Patriots, of course, having a lot of smoke and mirrors involved in their decision-making process. But see, they're showing a golf commercial, which makes a lot of sense right now. So one of the few times I'm going to say makes sense. Yeah, and Gatorade. Here you go. I always to fill the dead air, I'm like, I can hammer on this draft here, but then like it's weird when you have no back and forth, I guess. Or at least like if you know that no one's there, it's one thing, but I don't know when he's coming back. So it's like I'm, you know what I mean, keeping the show going. So I tend to rip on these Canadian commercials. Don't forget, Canadian commercials are a lot different than American ones. I feel like the spunk is taken out of them. But they always end up like advertising for some weird show that we'd never watch. But golf and Gatorade, that makes sense. Have you ever watched curling, Big Rye?
Yeah, I actually the few times I have watched it, it is quite interesting. Like I feel like it is for the most part. Oh, what are your questions? What rules are you curious about?
I don't know. I've seen it since I was a kid on television, and I've never understood how it works.
They play like whatever. I forget exactly how many things, and let's call them innings because it's kind of like baseball. And so you play your 7, 8, or 9, or 10, or whatever it is, and each time you get a certain amount of rocks, like 8 rocks or whatever it is, and then you throw them, and you try to get as many rocks as close to the center, and however many you have closest to the center over the other team, you score points.
Yeah, but there's like a hammer and stuff. Mac Jones looks like
the hammer is just who gets to go last.
Oh.
So like let's say you start off going first, and let's say I score 1 point, then if I score the point, you get to go last the next round. So the whole point is when you go, you want to score more than 1. Because if you can score 2 or 3 and then keep the other guy down to 1 on his turns or beat him, the better off you'll be.
How Canadian is this channel, eh?
No doubt, eh?
I went Justin Fields here. I don't know if this is right.
Well, the interesting thing with the Broncos is they were rumored to be one of the teams like San Francisco, maybe trading to pick up a different quarterback. That hasn't happened though, but that's not true. They could make this pick and still trade after, so we will see. But the
I don't think
Broncos,
Drew
as of
Lock has a
now,
lot of stock.
I don't think so either. They've just traded for Teddy Bridgewater, I believe, right?
Did they really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I thought so. Am I mistaken? Yeah, Broncos acquire Teddy Bridgewater from Panthers for a 6th-round pick. That was yesterday.
I didn't even. Oh, I wouldn't have put a quarterback in. That's unfortunate.
Well, it's still like they still could draft Justin Fields here. I do think Justin Fields, to me, looked the best out of the other quarterbacks other than Trevor Lawrence. But
6th-round pick for Teddy Bridgewater. Holy.
Yeah, pretty good, huh?
Yeah, in theory. They must be getting rid of Drew Lock. The experiment's over.
Well, at least there's competition between Bridgewater and
Yeah.
Locke, and if they bring in Fields here, it'd be a 3-way battle. They go with the corner you thought was going to be selected one pick before, and Patrick Surtain, the second.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with Patrick Surtain the first.
No, who's very, very good.
Again, J.C. Horn was my favorite, who just got selected 8th by Carolina, but there's quite a few corners. There's him. There's Surtain. I'm just looking over the names here.
Supposed to be 5 taken.
Yeah, I was impressed with almost every single one. There was Asante Samuel Jr. is a little bit small, but he also had the same ball prowess, I guess you could say, as his father. But
Well, he's a gambler then, eh?
Yeah,
That's probably how he got taught, though.
probably.
Think about it. Like, can't be that much different.
Yeah,
It's interesting. So 2 like very heralded corners, Surtain and Asante Samuel. Their son's getting drafted in the 1st round.
yeah.
Like,
I'm
I mean,
feeling old.
Asante Samuel might not get drafted in the 1st round, but like he'll get drafted in probably the 2nd round, if not like very, very high likelihood. So watch the Cowboys go Devonta Smith, something like that. Like have 4 receivers for no reason.
Yeah, because you do have them selecting J.C. Horn, and Horn and Surtain just went off the board,
Yeah.
so it'll be interesting to see where
They
they
probably
lean.
would have taken J.C. Horn if he was available.
I wouldn't be surprised if they took one of these tackles, to be honest.
Yeah, it was between Horn and Slater when I was putting it in.
But then again, they might like adding another blue chip wide receiver, as I read. As far
There's
as
no
some of
that
these
makes
top guys.
no sense.
It doesn't make any sense, but I've seen weirder things.
You have Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup, CeeDee Lamb. That's probably the best trio in the league. Aside from maybe the Bengals now between Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins, and Jamar Chase. Why did they do that?
I don't know, but that's what they've done. Is that Mac Jones? Yeah, that's who they keep
Yeah.
showing.
His agent probably told him he was going 3.
Well, he was. He was up to yesterday as far as odds were concerned, so it's tough, but that's what happens. I just find it amazing that like a lot of these other teams just don't want to take a chance on him, even if they do have another guy there. Like he's not he wasn't my favorite guy looking, so maybe it's just guys wanting. But like the thing is, for some of these teams, you don't get this chance very often to get one of the, 2 or 3 best guys coming in. Like the Lion, like the Falcons still have some good years with Matt Ryan, so they don't need to. But like the Falcons could, the Dolphins could, the Lions could have, like all these teams could have drafted a quarterback. The Broncos could have, even after trading for Teddy. Cowboys are pretty safe though. I don't think they need a guy.
No.
And unless there's like news with Dak Prescott's injury that we don't know about, but
yes.
Dak is so good that there's no reason to try to replace him if everything is kosher.
Eagles just traded up. Is this Justin Fields then?
I think so. You had him listed 9th, but maybe they do like Mac Jones and want to get him before they feel like someone else might.
I don't understand though.
The Eagles were picking 12th, so the Cowboys and Giants to me both don't need quarterbacks. So I almost feel like it's not a quarterback that they've traded up for. Well, it says that they still have their 12th. So what did they actually trade to get this?
I thought Jalen Hurts was really good last year. I liked watching him play. I thought he did a great job.
I thought so too, but didn't they make a coaching change?
Yeah, Nick Sirianni.
And was he in-house or was he's
Colts.
A new hire? So there is a good chance that they might not want Hurts.
Yeah, but like I'm sorry, quarterbacks are rarer than coaches almost.
Oh yeah, I agree.
They are. We're not. Not almost. They are. It just like there's some very like maybe in a super elite coach. Yeah, I'd take them over most quarterbacks, but not like the high. I don't know. Hurts was good. I and this is an unknown coach. It's just. This could be Devonta Smith too. This is probably the best move Dallas could have done, assuming they got a lot.
Well, I'm still confused what they traded to get this because they're still showing that the Eagles have the 12th pick, and I can't tell if it's just listed there because the trade details haven't come out yet, which is more likely to me.
It's I don't know. Is it Devonta Smith or Micah Parsons? That's what I got in my head. Those are the two guys. I mean, I had them taking Micah Parsons anyways at 12.
I will say this: the Eagles are one of the teams that could use help at receiver.
Yeah, they probably have the worst, right?
Well, right now their 3 starters are Travis Fulham, Jalen Reagor, and Greg Ward. So,
whatever.
Wide receiver, it's weak. Like if
it's
any of these teams are taking a receiver, I could see the Eagles being one of them. Yeah, they've traded.
Wow, that. I feel like they could have got more.
What did the Cowboys get? Sorry,
they just got a 3rd. In addition, it's only 2 spots though. I guess the Cowboys are fine with.
Well, there's obviously a guy they want, and they're willing to give up some draft capital to make sure they get him. It's the interesting thing is that it's Cowboys, Giants, Eagles. So if the Eagles do feel like one of these other teams was going to draft him, it's going to be a team that
I think I figured it out. I think I bet you it's Devonta Smith, because they probably traded down thinking he was going to fall, and now it's a chance that he is going to be taken, because I think he's going to be taken he would have been taken by the Giants. So, because think about it, if they're trading up, they're just trying to usurp the Giants, right? And I don't like it's very unlikely the Giants are drafting Micah Parsons. So I'm going Devonta Smith with this pick. That's my guess.
Okay. Yeah, the Giants, they do have Kenny Golladay and Darius Slayton. They also brought in John Ross III. They have Dante Pettis from San Fran and Sterling Shepard. So
I still think this is where they're going. I mean, obviously I could be wrong, but this is where I think, because unless the Giants are going Micah Parsons, I don't know. The Giants were also heavily favored to go offense, like minus 300, 330, I think. Or what about Slater, Rashawn Slater? That's another option now that I think about it. There we go. I got it.
Yeah, you're right. And just looking at this roster, that's definitely a major weakness. But they also, I do feel like the Eagles are weak at linebacker. So that Micah Parsons is also a guy that they could have picked up. But the interesting thing to me is that I feel like receiver and linebacker are maybe two of the strengths for these other two teams, like the Cowboys and Giants. So
I don't know if linebacker's strength for the Giants.
Let me just pull it up again.
I mean, they have Blake Martinez, but
yeah, I guess they could always bring in another guy.
Like, what Blake Martinez is going to give you meat and potatoes. You're not going to get pass rush out of that.
Yeah. Well, it's they
I made a few. Go ahead.
I was going to say the Eagles took their chance on Jalen Reagor last year. I don't know. That hasn't worked out so far, at least in his rookie season. So maybe Devonta Smith can become that number one receiver in Philly.
This is actually really good for we did those draft receiving yards, and he was my last pick, was Devonta Smith. So he's going to a team I wanted him to go to a team that didn't have competition, and I think this is probably the best scenario, to be honest.
Yeah.
He should vault to number one.
They've got Jalen Hurts and Joe Flacco right now as their two quarterbacks, so. But the Eagles end up with Devonta Smith, another one of these wide receivers.
They seem like fake excited.
Let's see. Let's go back to here. So, Trey Lance has not been selected.
Yes, he has.
Oh, sorry, he has. So Pitts went under, Chase went under, Sewell went over, Lance went under, Jalen Waddle went under, and Devonta Smith was actually a surprise. So that was an underdog under. The Eagles trading up 210 to get him. So it looks like here, according to the odds makers, they thought Devonta Smith was going to fall to the Eagles. So there might have been some backdoor.
That's what I had too.
There might be some backdoor stuff that went on that scared the Eagles.
I got screwed. I had that pick right. Oh no, I didn't. I had him to the Giants. Oh, so I made a right inference.
So interesting to note here. It says the Giants are the 11th pick, but on the clock it's showing the Bears. So I'm wondering if the Bears have traded up to 11.
It's got to be Fields or Mac Jones. I had the Bears taking Mac Jones at 20, so good job on the Giants. It's Fields or Mac Jones. I guess Kyle Trask. Holy, the Bears got hosed again. How do they do this? This Ryan Pace might as well just tell that whoever he's is it still Ryan Pace? I can't even remember. Yeah, it is Ryan Pace. He just gives it away. Like, did you see what he got? He's giving up 2 firsts, a 4th, a 5th, and something else. It's like 7 picks.
I just heard Schefter yelling and smoking, like doing this with his hand and stuff after he named everything.
Well, it's probably Fields. There's no one in the. Yeah, he's got his phone out.
He's smiling. Well, my guess is Justin Fields with how this is going on. And to be honest, he might win that quarterback competition between him, Andy Dalton, and Nick Foles. But I think, like I'm saying this, I think Justin Fields was the best out of the rest as far as after Trevor Lawrence. And I feel like he's going to be pretty similar to what they had the last few years with who was the Bears quarterback?
Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah. Like he reminds me of very similar skill set, but he looks more competent than Trubisky. So
Well,
it might not be fair.
Trubisky played 8 games of quarterback.
Yeah, so this is going to be...
He got drafted 2nd. What are they doing?
I don't know.
Whereas Watson, like, this is the thing about that draft when they picked him, was who went first overall that year?
It was 2017.
Oh, Myles Garrett. That made sense. Okay, that made complete sense. But what was I going to say? What doesn't make sense was when they traded all that draft capital to move up one spot when the Niners weren't going to take it, and they took Trubisky. And yeah, okay, obviously Mahomes worked out. Mahomes was still a high-risk draft prospect. What's his name played? Trubisky played 8 games, and Deshaun Watson won. I'm pretty sure he won a national title. You know what I mean? I could be mistaken, but he had a insanely, he won multiple maybe. Well, at Clemson, they just won one. Like, there's just more, like, there was more depth of his acumen, let's say. Yeah, they won the college national championship. Watson did in his last year.
It really is looking like Mac Jones might get picked by the Patriots at 15. But I'm jumping the gun here. I'm assuming that Fields is going to get picked.
Well, it's pretty obvious. I mean, obviously we could be wrong, but like they all left the room. He was on the phone. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Hope he doesn't knock over that Monster Energy drink there. Can't keep it in frame, right? They have to pay him. So I guess are they allowed? I guess they're not allowed corporate sponsors. Although I
Well,
did see that one dude with a Gatorade hat.
I'm excited for the Bears because I do like Fields from the limited time I've been able to watch him play. The defense has been good, and he's joining an offensive coach. Like I know it hasn't looked great with Trubisky. His first year was okay, but it feels like
He was coach of the year his first year.
yeah. So
He got
it's
good results though. I don't care for him. I don't think he's very good.
so I'm hoping that between that defense and Fields, maybe there is some hope as we. That's the moniker of this live stream is hope.
I wonder
I
how
think it
Andy
gives
Dalton.
Bears how he feels.
Well, he said he was upset that he wasn't a starter in Cincinnati, and that he said I'm a starter in this league. Well, he's had enough chances, buddy, and you can't rag on the Bears for this move.
If you're the best quarterback on your team, you're going to start. So
Yeah, absolutely.
If Dalton wants to prove it, he can. And if he gets hosed and Fields plays, even though Dalton's better, then it's just how the breaks go sometimes.
That's sports. That's a beautiful ball. Suicide ball.
Fields was accurate. He didn't turn the ball over. He looks like he can run, but he doesn't. Like he kind of reminds me of Russell Wilson, just with less arm strength. And that might not be a fair thing for me to say about the arm strength. So
he ran a 4.4.
yeah, so he's.
I mean that's
fast.
pro day 4.4, so that's not the same. Does that
But
make him the fastest starting quarterback? Then it would. No, Lamar Jackson. Get real. But I mean he's up there. There aren't that many guys that even ran that faster and hit like Robert Griffin III.
Lamar Jackson ran a 4.34, but that's reported. So
I think he's faster than that, to be honest. Lamar Jackson.
Well, Lamar Jackson is got unbelievable
he's got his
lateral
wiggle
quickness and stuff. So it's.
Remember, I always say about running quarterbacks, I'm like, it's just one hit. But there was a difference. My argument with him was, I haven't seen a guy that avoids taking damage that well. Like he's so good at ducking out and just getting, like they never get a full blow on him. You know what I mean? Like a full pop.
Yeah. You know who?
Whereas like everyone else, the opposite.
I think a better comparison for Fields is probably. I just had it on the tip of my tongue, but Arizona's quarterback,
Kyler Murray. I don't know.
Yeah,
I was thinking Colt McCoy.
For who?
Justin Fields.
Yeah,
that's a bad version of that type.
I feel like
Colt McCoy
played
fine last year. It's not even.
No.
Cowboys pick is in. They could go anywhere here. If they don't pick up Leighton Vander Esch's, this might be Micah Parsons because they think about this. Or Rashawn Slater.
They got to go tackle. They have to. Their O-line has been an issue last season. Like those Washington games were just.
They got killed.
Yeah, and they need to protect Dalton because when the Cowboys were at their best when they had that strong.
You mean
O-line.
Prescott?
Yeah, sorry.
Protecting Dalton, they didn't seem too worried about, or Ben DiNucci for that matter.
Yeah. Well, those guys were chop liver with that O-line.
Yeah.
And to me, these tackle prospects are good, but their defense is trash too. So they could go with a corner, like the secondary. I think linebacker's fine. I think they're actually quite strong at linebacker.
Vander Esch is could be seriously hurt. That's why they haven't picked up his option yet. So they might go Parsons. I think that's a possibility.
Another guy that I like is Kwity Paye. He's like a D tackle DN hybrid.
Well,
Like a
look, they're
small D
showing rush
tackle.
yards allowed.
Yeah.
My guess is Micah Parsons now.
Well, this is where it gets interesting too, because we haven't been using this very much, but the Cowboys are minus 528 to select a defensive player. So
Yeah.
you've got Parsons. I think they might go with a second, like a corner, or a D. Or a D lineman. Sorry, I can't tell if this is a man or a woman.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Looking like CeeLo on steroids.
It's Tracy Chapman.
Jamie wanted to see Jerry on his yacht again.
They should do it from a helicopter. Circling the stadium.
I like how the Cowboys just picked up a third-round pick, even though they were just going to take whoever they're going to take right now. Because they definitely weren't taking Devontae Smith, and they definitely weren't taking Justin Fields.
Yeah. I feel like they could have got more, though, considering the haul. Like, the haul. Because think about what the Giants got, though.
This is great. This is like a wrestling promo right now. I feel like I'm watching Viscera.
Yeah, Micah Parsons. There you go.
So you're right then about the health.
Van Der Esch, yeah, they're not going to re-sign him. He might, like, I think there's retirement implications. It's a neck injury, Big Rye. And Van Der Esch was unbelievable when he was healthy.
Yeah. I just don't like. This is now their fourth. Like, I'm gonna call him a star already, just because of where he's being drafted. But this is like their fourth star linebacker that they've added, because they had Sean Lee, who was always hurt, Jalen Smith, Van Der Esch, and now, like, I know two of those guys never played or can't stay on the field.
Well, Sean Lee was by choice, man. I'm sorry, he was the wimpiest linebacker. I'll rail on it. He had I rehash the story all the time. He went down with a hamstring injury. He was going to finish the play, and then he went down, or he was going to start the next one. Then he left. Then he came back, and then he was out for 8 weeks. Come on. Like, hamstring is just so wimpy. Like, shoot it up or something. There's just a lot of... That was by choice, man. And there's guys... I'm not saying be Bill Romanowski, where you give your brain to science. You know what I mean? Oddly enough, though, I met Bill Romanowski while he was a game day guy for the Raiders.
Yeah.
And he seemed reasonable, and they had him on microphone. He didn't sound like Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman, like he did during his play days. But, like, there has to be some semblance of toughness. You know what team I never hear that see this type of garbage from? The Steelers and the Ravens, and there's a reason. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. This is one of those toughness rants I go on that is kind of lost in football. And Sean Lee, I'll say it to his face, completely wimpy and overzealous about his health. He should have retired earlier if that was the case. This is a geriatric display here, a geriatric circus in there. Even Jerry Jones' son looks 60, which he might be now that I think about it. He's probably like 55. That's crazy.
Well, the Cowboys love their linebackers. So next up we have the... So does that count for you if Micah Parsons gets picked 12th?
No, it's the
Even
wrong
though
team. It's good though for me though because it's kind of a clean slate. Like everyone in my top 12 got picked, just not by the right teams.
Yeah.
So like I have all these are all live, right?
Yeah, I get you.
Aside from the Bears, it doesn't. I'm okay with that though.
So Rashawn Slater's OU was 9.5, and he's gone over. Interesting to know. I haven't been tracking this, but Alabama has 5.5 players over, so it looks like they're going to have around 6 players picked. Big Ten has around 6 players to be picked. The SEC has around 12.
I like how 2 of those are divisions and one's just one team.
Yeah, it's unreal.
I like that. This always, like, whenever I make the argument about defensive line and offensive line, this I always bring this up. Is you could argue that Alabama is probably the best scouting team in the NFL, or sorry, in collegiate football, and the only recruiting trips that Nick Saban goes out for is defensive line. So that just, to me, that weighs the importance of it realistically.
Yeah. We got these commercial lulls. But active trades so far, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the top 12 picks have all come via trade. Not all today, but the third round pick from Houston via Miami to San Fran. Philly to Miami was the 6th. Dallas to Philly was the 10th. The Giants to the Bears 11th. San Fran via Miami and Philadelphia to Dallas for Micah Parsons at 12. I still didn't catch the complete haul that the Giants got from that trade.
Me neither. It was massive. That's why I'm like, man, the Cowboys really, like, it just because of like logistics. Isn't that weird? Like, you know what I mean? Like the Cowboys could have gotten, like, they got less to move. Like they got way less for a better spot.
So this is what it says here. The Giants reportedly received the following picks from the Bears. So they traded away the 11th. They got the 20th pick. They got the 164th pick, which is in the 5th round. And then they got a 1st and 4th in next season.
That's unbelievable.
That is crazy. So they got a future 1st round pick just to move from 11 to 20.
Jamie, I'd put it at 1% of that happening, unfortunately. Unless it's maybe it's more than that. Just in the later, like the last, like the last 5 picks of the first round.
There's been this trend, Jamie, that teams like to trade into just the end of the first round.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
then
yeah,
they
yeah, yeah.
can, because any person selected in the first round can get that 5th-year extension for the team. So, like, especially for quarterbacks, I think it was Teddy and Lamar Jackson are the two that come to mind of guys that were picked up at the end of the first round so they could get that 5th-year team option. But I don't know if there's any players like that in this draft. Like, well, I shouldn't say that, because if Mac Jones falls to the end of the first round, then I think there'd be like 5 or 10 teams that'd be willing to trade and pick him up there. Because now you're talking, instead of paying a guy, $7, $8, $9 million a year for his rookie deal, you're paying him like 3 or 4, which could you think of
2.8.
having? Yeah, could you think of having a starting quarterback at $3 million a year for 5 years?
The potential for it, because you'd have the option on the 5th year. The 5th year would be like the highest of all the years, but you wouldn't care at that point, even if it was 10 million, right? Like if he's worth that option, like it's a big deal. I think it's Rashawn Slater. I think I'm gonna get this pick right.
Yeah,
there we go.
You were right. How about that? I am happy for the Chargers, who have perennially had a poor O-line over the last 5, 6 seasons. Like, I can't remember them having a strong offensive line in recent history. And right now their penciled in tackles were Trey Pipkins and Brian Bulaga, so I could see
Bulaga's a right tackle anyways, and he's oft injured. Like that's a very nice way of putting his career. He was great, Super Bowl winner rookie year out of Minnesota. Brian Bulaga, one of the better right tackles in the league for a couple of years, but injuries have slowed him big time. This fills a need, and you might have got the best player on the board.
Yeah, this is things came up well for the Chargers. They've got Justin Herbert, who looked terrific for a rookie quarterback. Now they've got a left tackle of the future. And with him, Bulaga, they also added Corey Linsley this offseason at center. So it's things are looking up. They also added Matt Filer, or Feeler. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, Matt Filer.
So they are pretty much one guard away, because I don't know so much about Ode Abouche. If he's any good off the top of my head, I don't think he is very strong.
No, he's not.
So adding one more guard maybe in the 2nd or 3rd round would be
he's a converted tackle.
Offense. Yeah. Or they also could be pushing Trey Pipkins inside to left guard, and then have or the opposite, have him stay out there and have Rashawn Slater be a massive left guard. But I like this. I really like this for the Chargers moving forward.
One of the cheapest owners in the league. He's also in financial trouble, allegedly.
So the Vikings are up next. Who did you have from the Vikings being selected?
Tackle Elijah Vera Tucker. He's a tackle guard, USC.
Minnesota, interesting to note, odds-wise, it's an even split, -110 on both sides for offense and defense.
The one thing, Minnesota has invested the most draft capital in the offensive line in the last 5 years, and it hasn't worked out. It makes me believe that they would be willing to do. They're more likely to, because they're trying to address it. Hasn't worked. I don't see how they wouldn't attempt to maybe do it. This is a big pick for me because the other guy that's close, that is one away from me, has Christian Darrisaw. So one of us. This is a big pick.
Then the Vikings have traded out of 14. It shows the Jets on the clock now. 1 minute left on the clock.
That can't be for a tackle. My guess is Kwity Paye. That is my guess here. I think this is Kwity Paye.
They might be picking up a right tackle because right now they've got George Fant as their starting right tackle, as well as Chuma Edoga, who was a third-round pick in 2019.
Becton is a boss, by the way, at left tackle.
Yeah, so between Becton, the quarterback they've drafted, who was it, Zach Wilson, and maybe adding one of these guys to play right tackle could be the way to go. But the other thing, too, about the Jets with Robert Saleh, you might want to think he's going to go.
That's why I think Kwity Paye.
The Jets do not have any odds on who they were going to pick first. And I really do like Kwity Paye, so I wouldn't mind seeing him going to a team like the Jets, which would be on brand because what did San Fran do when he was there? They just drafted defensive lineman after defensive lineman.
5 years in a row.
And off the top of my head, I don't think there has been a defensive lineman selected.
No, there has not.
So technically this would be the best available guy in their books. So it's open to whoever they want to take. Jamie says that his lady wants us to run the JETS, Jets. I
would love to. I'll give you my old breakdown. I've had this GM discussion before with a friend of mine, because we always talk about hypothetically if you bought an NFL team. And my first thing was there's no amount of limit you can spend on R&D and coaching staff. So that's where I would spend a lot of the profits for the year, is acquiring the best coaching staff possible from all facets. Because I mean, what the coaches, the highest paid coaches are Saban, Peyton, Belichick. But Belichick's also a GM, so it's not even fair. So Saban gets like $10 million a year. You offer even him $14 million, he's gonna jump ship, man. Like, it's not the prestige for the money. They're gonna choose money. And then R&D, there's a million different ideas you can have. Because football is a laggard sport. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not very malleable. I'm trying to think of a sport that is. Soccer, believe it or not. I know it's a lame comparison for a lot of Americans, but soccer, like, you see different types of teams win all the time. And like there's different styles that get, and different things get tried at least. Like for instance, in soccer, there was in the mid 2000s, early 2000s, mid 2000s, there was you'd have one big forward that was 6'5", could run like the wind, and was a threat in the air, and you just play like really strong midfield, and your team was big, strong, and fast. And then that changed around the 2012s, 2011s, 2010s, and then they went all small with quickness, not necessarily top end speed, and insanely good ball possession. So like, it was more malleable, whereas NFL, the ideas aren't used. Whereas college, like, there's a lot of like experiments that happen in college that people are too afraid of the results to try out in the NFL. And as an owner, what's the difference if you lose by 3 or 30? Do you know what I mean? That's another thing too. Like teams don't commit to things, like committing to the run, even though it hasn't worked out so far. Or another example would be teams punt in the fourth quarter when they're down 17, and you're like, well, they can't come back now, pretty much, right? Like, you might as well start gambling then. Like, even if you have to go for it on 4th and 5 and your own 30 or whatever, like, there has to be a limit. And like, there would be a way if you hired R&D that could tell you the expected value and win probability at every sector of each game by making decisions, because it's a very easy game in those terms to quantify, because it's not fluid. Things stop and start, kind of like how they figured it out in baseball. Like baseball, the computers have almost, I wouldn't say solved, but like the strategy, it's hard to deviate because they all have good ones. Do you know what I mean? They just do. Baseball just suffers from the financial inequities of it, which is fine though. But then probability can also supersede that. Anyways, a long tangent, but football is ripe for a courageous owner. Well, would have been cheap, Jamie.
That's funny. They go with a tackle.
Wow, good call. And of course, I lose out again. I have the right guy in the right position with the wrong team.
Well, this is interesting. They just showed Mac Jones smiling on the phone, and it just so happens that the New England Patriots are the next team on the clock. So if you want to read into that, as you may. Jamie, that's why I always go with the if I'm going to get a jersey, I try to go no name, unless it's a guy that's retired.
Yeah. Big Rye likes retired. I've been pretty lucky with jerseys. Mind you, I picked the most low risk ones. Joe Thomas, come on, like it's pretty safe.
Yeah.
I think Mekhi Becton would be a safe one for the Jets.
It'll be interesting to see what the Jets traded to the Vikings to get this spot.
I think I did. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think next time you guys do this draft, what you should do is every team you should select 3 players.
That's too
and
complicated.
Do like a point system.
I did pretty good on this draft. It's like if you take the trades out, realistically, like
yeah,
I've had guys like a lot of the guys I chose are in the right spots.
You're like 10 for 14, something like that.
As far as spots, yeah. And like, but it's been pretty. There hasn't been a shocker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess the Jamar Chase or Sewell Waddle, I guess, was the biggest one, but that was, you literally had them 6 and 7. Surtain and Horn, you had them 8 and 10, and they went what 8, 9 and 8 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And then Fields moved to 11, Smith to 10, Parsons stayed at 12, Slater stayed at 13, Elijah Vera Tucker stayed at 14. Now we got the Patriots at 15, and if I had to guess, they're going Mac Jones.
Yeah,
but I could be mistaken. I know Otto was hoping for a quarterback. It looks like he's going to get one. A guy who was rumored to go 3rd overall, so.
And John Daly looks great.
Yeah, or Robert Kraft looks terrible.
Yeah. I guess he got more than he bargained for at that Florida masseuse parlor.
Yeah.
Massage parlor. Why would you say masseuse?
Oh. Maybe you're really into French culture. Oh, I wasn't expecting that.
World champion's a little hokey.
So they do get Mac Jones.
Yeah. Dude, this guy is pumped.
Yeah.
His heart is racing.
Yep. Knees weak, arms are sweaty, mom's spaghetti, whatever it goes.
Yeah.
If you're a young NFL quarterback, is there a better this is the pinnacle. This is what you want. And to think he's going to get to be mentored by Cam Newton.
I gained Cam Newton learned a little bit of humility last year, and he grew on me. He went from one of my most hated to I don't mind him now. Because I think he got it. Like, I'm not hot shit anymore. I was a great athlete. Now I'm just a broken down man. Man, I wonder what it's like to wake up. Like, if you're a guy like Cam Newton. Like, that first, you roll over to bed and you step your first steps, and his feet are probably just wrecked because he's had that stress fracture in his foot a couple times, and his neck probably, like, it's just brutal, man. Like, Ben Roethlisberger probably needs like an adrenaline shot to get out of bed. How is he still playing?
I don't know, but I got two questions for you, and this is like, obviously things haven't settled. This draft is still going, but can Mac Jones win the quarterback competition in New England?
Of course.
And can he win 10.5 games?
That's what the OU is?
No, I'm just saying, like, the Patriots year after year after year won 10 or more games for forever until this past season.
No. Tom Brady went 9-7. They made the playoffs. They lost the Ravens in the first round. That was his worst year.
They had a 9-win season, but the whole point is Bill Belichick has been excellent his whole career against the spread.
We got some talent in frame.
Yeah. Is it possible to get double-digit wins with Mac Jones in the first season for Belichick?
It's probably 35% though. Maybe no,
so
maybe 25% of that happening. So
you still think they're a 7-8 win team?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's hard, man. It's hard. They don't have they haven't had a strong roster in years. Even when the last Super Bowl they won, they had a bad roster. They knew it too, though. They were surprised.
Mickey was spot on. He called it today at 5:48 p.m. He said Belichick may keep his spot and try and get Jones.
Well, he did it. He just said it's not really where you get picked. You got picked 15th overall. That's awesome. You're the 15th best player by... Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's like you said. Everyone and his agent was telling him he's getting picked third. So 3rd to 15th, it's this too. It costs you. It costs you to get to slide like that. So
jeez, yeah, it does. But like, I always hate that, man. Just be grateful. Like, you don't know. There's just so much into like drafting and why you fall where you do and all that type of stuff. Is this Quiddy pay?
Well, you got him at 16 to the cards, so it would be nice if it is.
I like Christian Darrisaw here too for them, but I think so
let's take a look here. Mickey bragging that he's psychic.
No, where?
On Discord. The Cardinals are okay on the O-line, so I could see them going defensive.
I'm in second now. Yikes, that
Zaven
sucks.
Collins. So they do go pass rusher with Zaven Collins. So they've added J.J. Watt and Zaylin Collins, who is a hybrid linebacker pass rusher.
Isn't that what Isaiah Simmons is too?
I guess so. Like I to be honest, off the top of my head, Isaiah Simmons.
They had him playing safety kind of too. I needed that pick.
Where did you have you had Zaven Collins going 26 to the Browns.
Yeah.
So that's the first I guess surprise for you.
Yeah, I would say that it is. I'm free rolling on this next selection though.
Well, Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa is, I'm going to go out on, not even go out on the limb, but say he is the hardest hitting player that I watched in the.
Well, that kind of fits with the Raiders. I mean, it's the direction they want to be in. Man, they have the fastest team. Do they not, the Cardinals?
They, you know what? Between the coaching and just like personnel stuff, like things are looking up for the Cardinals. Like they're not Super Bowl contenders, but they're not.
I don't know.
They're not bad, especially if like Kyler Murray's played 2 seasons now. Like
he's really good.
Yeah, it's an exciting. Arizona's an exciting team. I could see why people would like.
There's an issue. This might be the strongest division we've seen in 20 years, at least as far as I can remember. Like, you can make a case for the AFC North. Like, Browns are pretty good. I never say this. They're pretty good. The Steelers are decent. The Ravens are pretty good. And the Bengals, I don't think are that bad. With Burrow, they're pretty good.
You know what? I even just watch. Like, I know everyone's been super high on Lawrence, and he hasn't played a snap, so it's hard to say. But like, I think Burrow's special. Like, I think Burrow is going to be a really, really good player. Like,
I hope he's okay.
I hope so too, because he
was better than Andrew Luck in his rookie season, I thought.
Yeah, and Andrew Luck played well in his rookie season.
He was really good.
So it's Burrow gives that team a lot of hope.
Yeah, like I hope he's okay from that injury. So like those are the 2 best divisions in the NFL. I don't think it's close. I do think though that those the Seahawks, Cardinals, Rams, and Niners, those are 4 playoff teams. Like they just are. Like Cardinals are on the bottom end of it, but they're really pushing for it. I think the Niners and the Rams are of the best teams in the NFL too. So, although like the AFC North, the Browns, Ravens, and Steelers made the playoffs. That's so rare. Both wild card spots were from the same division. Who won the division? Steelers did.
Yeah, I think so. Didn't the Steelers start off like 11-0 last season or something?
Yeah,
crazy,
and they fell
and
apart.
They fell.
Well, we use that language. They fell apart. What's the difference if they won 11 over 16 games or 11 in a row? It's a one word is streak and positive probability realizing itself in an unusual manner. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the thing is, this I fall for it too. I use that language. Um, uh, oh, they fell apart. Well, maybe not. Like they just lost. Like it happens.
Yeah. Well,
Like
also
who?
when you win 11 games, there's only one way to go. It's like
Yeah,
undermining what they did the first 11 games.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly. It's a great way of putting it. And who they lose it to? Oh, was the? Oh, we did well in that game, eh? That was the football team.
Yeah, it was just the perfect timing.
That was awesome. That game.
So the Raiders have not traded. They've got their pick is in. Uh, oof. I hope the Raiders go Quiddy Pay, to be honest.
Well, I hope for financial reasons personally they go Jeremiah Owusu Koroma. Wow, Owen Wilson,
what's going
absolutely.
on,
And
DTF?
this is it is DTF. Is it ever DTF? Miss you more, buddy.
I wonder how they decided like who won these the fan seats. So they went with the guy who I didn't find a lot of footage on YouTube, but they pick up a tackle to the Raiders.
I actually love this. The Raiders are they actually, I get excited about it every year. Are they going to do what I hope they are going to do? Because they got rid of all those offensive linemen, right?
Well, they got Colton Miller still on the left. On
On
the
the left.
side. Right now they have Denzel Good, Brandon Parker, a third round pick in 2018. Denzel Good is definitely a spot they need to upgrade, and Nick Barton is like a journeyman center, so they still need to work on some of those guys. So maybe they're going to be playing Littlewood at guard to start off, or maybe he's going to take over for Brandon Parker, who will push inside. The only footage that I could find of Littlewood was his senior day, I believe it was, or the Senior Bowl, and he looked impressive, but it was hard to tell if it was just highlights of him at the Senior Bowl.
Like Colton Miller is a massive. I think he's the biggest tackle in the league. He's 6'8", I think. Like it's just I don't know. There's something about O-lineman picks that do it for me.
Yeah, Colton Miller's 6'9", 309.
Hey Dylan, I have a quick question for you, Dylan. I'm curious. When we did the fantasy playoffs, I don't know who won. Did you happen to see? Did you add the points up? I'm not sure. I know you didn't do well with the whole Buffalo thing, but I don't quite remember who won. If you could remind me, I would appreciate it. I got to send that guy 100 USD. I got an American bank account, so it's easy to transfer you money now, Dylan. I did. I'm not even joking. It was a pain in the ass.
The Dolphins pick was like immediate. It's already in. Dylan, you did really well for fantasy.
Yeah, you did do really well. That's because he put effort in. He did a good job.
Well, it's the second year in a row, or maybe the second out of 3 years, where the Raiders have made a pick that's surprised the pundits.
I haven't had a hot dog since 2004. No, 2005.
That really is a fantasy then.
Yeah. I was pretty handsome back then, Dylan. You would have liked it. What was I? I was like 210? Ooh. Woo!
Ironically, if I hit 210, you'd probably have the same reaction.
Yeah.
Man, the Dolphins are just awesome. Like, they've got 2 first-round picks in this draft. And they pick up a pass rusher in Jalen Phillips.
I didn't even have him in the first round.
I've definitely watched footage on Jalen Phillips. I'm just trying to jog my memory on
He's a
what I
weird
thought of
looking
him.
guy.
Dylan's hoping for a cornerback for the Saints. The cornerbacks have looked really good, Dylan. So I that would be nice for them to get. I think this Jalen Phillips guy was the guy that got compared to Max Crosby, and I thought it was a really good comparison because he just he doesn't look good. He just looks like he plays hard. Like he's not like
Max
one
Crosby's
of those.
great.
Like that's what I mean. Like you're just gonna get consistent production out of him.
Well, high motor is the cliche that they would use, but I hated that high motor term because everyone they said did that would I think it would still find too many plays of them taking too many when I really was into it, too many plays of them, too many instances of them taking plays off. Whereas Max Crosby, I can't. I look for him specifically, and I feel like that guy gets after it every time, whistle to whistle.
Yeah. Well, it wears on the psyche of the players that he has to go up
It
against.
does. It's demoralizing because you know he's not going to give up, even if you both like. It's a run going the other way. You're like, oh, this guy isn't going to let me have this one. You know.
Yeah. There's another defensive end that I watched, and it was weird to watch him, and then I found out later because I read a bit about him that he played in 2018 and then thought he was going to have to quit because of injuries, and then he essentially took a season off. But then I also think he took last season off because of COVID. It was a weird one. Like, it was a guy that I didn't like on film, and then to hear that, I was like, oh, I don't know about this guy. But I can't remember which defensive end it was off the top of my head. I think.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't.
Fine.
He'd be on my no draft list. A guy that retired for medical reasons. Because if he's able, there's one of those things. If a guy is willing to get spooked that easily about an injury, it just feels like it's an inevitability for it to happen down the line, right?
Yeah.
No, it just I don't know. It wouldn't follow my guise of Ravens Steelers type drafting.
I was hoping it wasn't Jalen Phillips, and it's not, because I really do like Miami. I think that's kind of my team that I've been cheering for lately.
Yeah.
Jason Owe was the guy who had the crazy 40, so it's not him. Maybe Joe Tryon. Might have been Joe Tryon.
Try to repeat that.
I think it might have been Joe Tryon, which I don't see him listed on your in your first round. Dylan said, if I get number 1 on leaderboard, fat guy is showing everyone a pic of him in thing. I could probably guess what he's trying to say. There you go.
Well, you gotta all do something like that. You gotta put money up though, or something that I want, because that's how gambling works. I know we go through this every time. I have a bunch of your proclamations saved, Dylan, the screenshot photos, so we can be brought up things you've said that you might have to back up. I got to give Dylan Toddfield credit, DTF though. Him and I made a wager on the Saints, and he paid within 10 minutes of them losing, which I was impressed with. Dylan has always he's always followed through on his bets. He also drank a glass of milk with his, what do we call them? Delicate hairs in there.
Yeah.
He's done it. Dylan has done it. He also enjoys buttered crust.
That is true. All right, so we got Washington with this 19th pick.
Are they going D-line again?
Have they made a selection yet?
No.
They are predicted to go offense, so I think they might go with the tackle. No, they go linebacker, Jamin Davis.
I love Washington.
What a play.
It was. He looks skinny there. He doesn't look 254.
I know, like, we've seen 3 highlights. He looks very patient. Like,
well, that was a nice zone play.
Like, he looks like he's coasting, if that makes any sense. Like,
yeah.
I love it, though. I love Washington just.
Dude, Washington's got the best defense in the league. It's just not. Oh, PFF had their pass rush at number 5.
Well, yeah. Who knows what kind of thing?
How could you have 4 better than them?
I don't know. They did.
Here's the thing: if you have a bad offensive line, Washington will beat you. That's it.
Well, what it comes down to is, like any of these stats, is that Washington is playing in close games, so it's not like you can pin your ears back and just pass rush every down. Whereas like a team like Kansas City, a team like Pittsburgh, like they get ahead 14, they get ahead 21. The other team has to drop back, so teams are going to pick up, like, there's going to be those like 10 sack games. Like, Washington can have a game where they get 2 sacks, but they might have pressures on 25 plays.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But my point is, like, if you have a bad offensive line, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
Because they'll just, if they bring the house, it's over. They will get there.
And they did it. They did it to Dallas twice.
They killed them.
They did it to to Pittsburgh that one game.
Well, Pittsburgh, they came back in because their defense didn't give up any points in the second half.
Yeah. But Washington is doing what I would do with a team, and that's just continually draft defensive players. Even if they're the worst team next year, they're going to get a top 5, top 10 pick, and then they can take their quarterback. Like, it's you don't have to rush it. I hate when teams are trying to win every year. Like, just stack up that defense, make it as talented as possible.
They have the best defense in the league.
Yeah, and they've added to it. They added a nice piece in this linebacker.
How many starters are on the defensive first rounders? 6? They're insane.
Dylan disagrees. He thinks it's the Saints, if I had to guess.
The Saints are good, Dylan. I'm not saying that. I would prefer Washington's defense. I don't think that's insane, Dylan. It's not. You always do this thing. I think the Saints are good. But you got to remember, when the Saints offense is humming, it's easier to play defense. When you have a defense that keeps it... Yeah, I think Cam Jordan's awesome, Dylan. But think about, like... think about this. When your offense is humming, it's a lot easier on the defense. Washington's defense has had to play like with a non cohesive offense. Like those two things work together. When you have a good run game and a good offense, your defense just by proxy gets better or looks better statistically. Washington is the best defense in the league. And I think this is with Fitzpatrick, it's interesting because if he gambles in the beginning and able to put a little bit of points up on the board early, you might see some serious defensive prowess out of the football team. Think about it. They scored 2 touchdowns early. Man, and they just start teeing off. That's it. There's no team that can handle that, I don't think.
So the Giants have made their pick after trading back from 10 to 20 and then picking up an extra first round pick next year.
Unbelievable. Man, the Cowboys, like, how did they not get this? Like, I guess it's better to be lucky than good.
All right, I've got the Giants roster up. It doesn't look like the Giants are on here. So they were minus 134 to take an offensive player. So it's pretty much a coin flip for them to go offense or defense. And it's even more unpredictable because they have traded back. So I think where the player that they probably thought they were taking at 10 has changed now that they've moved back to 20. I just it's so confusing to me why he has to walk up and look at a fan and say 2 words before he heads up every time. Kadarius Toney, who I believe is a
wide receiver.
The mock that I was looking at, he was supposed to go early second round. But it didn't look too bad. He looked more like a traditional receiver to me, if I remember correctly. Man, it looks like the Real Housewives of Atlanta there. Dylan, for fantasy, if we decide to do it this year, it's going to be like a month before the season starts, or like a couple weeks before the season starts.
You will definitely get an invite if that happens.
Tony, I was thinking of the wrong player.
How did
Tony,
he get through that? That's bad defense.
Yeah, Tony is known as the shiftiest wide receiver in football. He seems like a gadget guy to me.
What's the height and weight on him?
I'll take a look. What's his first name? Kadarius?
Yeah.
Kadarius Tony.
I had him late. Or no, I might have taken him out of the first round.
He's 6 feet tall, 193. So he's going to be like a slot guy who makes plays after, yards after the catch type of guy. I don't see why it's a first round value, but whatever.
I had him to the Bills.
So you had him like what, 30th, I think, were the Bills?
Yeah.
Not the kind of player that I would want, but there he goes. To the Giants at 20th. I thought this draft would be done around like in 15 minutes or so. It doesn't seem like it with the pace this is going. This is going to be like a 4-hour draft.
Well, they got to make up ad revenue somehow, Big Rye.
Yeah, I guess.
George Clooney's reminding me that Nespresso is good. Have you played tennis before?
Yep.
I played the last couple weeks. I'm horrible at it.
Tennis is very hard. It's like
it is very hard.
It's not something that's very like natural, especially as you get older. Like if you're in your 30s and you start playing, like it's not going to come natural.
The swing is incredible. I watched after I was exhausted, I was done. I watched these two guys that knew how to play, because this is the other thing too. I hung around 2 times after, and like guys that have a lot of gear and stuff, it's like golf. They were bad. And then I saw these 2 guys, and they were really casual and nice. And then I'm like, all right, there's something going on here. And then I could hear it 2 over, and they were wailing the ball like every time it's going like 2 inches over and dying after. And it from every angle, backhand, forehand. It was incredible to watch. So now I'm like, I'm almost kind of into it. I kind of get it now. Like it might be harder than golf. I said that as a kid, but I just assumed because it looked hard, but I never played. I'm very confident now that it's insanely difficult.
Both of those sports are so technical, and both those sports you have to play every day.
Yeah, you do.
Chance. Like it's not that those are not casual sports.
No,
like obviously you can play for fun. Like if you and I wanted to go play once a week, we could do it. But it's like, for us to hit the ball.
90% of the time we'd be just getting the ball.
Yeah,
like walking to get the ball.
It's not going to be competitive at all.
No, or like keeping a rally going is an issue, right? And you have to do like these we'd be as bad as you are at Mario Tennis.
Exactly.
Little does everyone know, Big Rye is the only game that he can be rattled in. The only thing, even including high-stakes gambling, the only time he can be rattled is losing in Mario Tennis, which I'd like to remind everyone he's severely inferior to me at.
I've always had this twitch.
I can't find it. I gotta find it.
Some interesting. Well, the Colts pick is in. The Colts pick is going to be way more interesting than anything I was going to just talk about. So it's the 21st pick for the Colts. They were scheduled here, so it wasn't traded. For some reason, we're getting a vlog here from Russell Wilson. Oh, because he's the Walter Payton Man of the Year, I guess. Is this why we're getting it? This was obviously filmed at his home. And he is definitely reading off a script, which is good.
And I think they made up like his background here. Like, have these books, have your name with your number and your team.
You know what I love? It's a couple $100 to get a teleprompter and makes you not look like an idiot. Because it doesn't matter. The guy, I'm not saying Russell Wilson's an idiot. The guy's probably very, very smart. But the second you have to read something over on a screen like that, it just looks unprofessional. Like, it just doesn't look good. I know it's something he filmed in like 2 seconds, but whoever's helping him get that set up, like, just get the dude a teleprompter and
get Ciara on the phone. I'm sure it was her issue.
Yeah. It's just weird to think that like the Colts to me are one of the biggest question marks because of Wentz, and the roster is so strong that it's like hard for them to lose, but it's hard to know, like, it's hard to gauge what an average season for them would be like.
I think I like their coaching. It's exciting to me.
Yeah. Well, this Colts roster is strong. Let's take a look and see where they could make some improvements. Right now, actually, they could use a tackle, and Christian Darrisaw is still on the board. I could definitely see him going. They could slide him right beside Quentin Nelson. They still have Braden Smith on the right side, but Sam Tevi is currently, and Julian Davenport are the 2 left tackles they have listed.
Yeah,
so
that's weak.
This seems like a home run to me if they get Christian Darrisaw. And they don't. They go with Kwity Paye for the defensive side, which is another player. I actually don't have much to say about Darrisaw. I can't remember watching his footage. It'd just be nice to get a better left tackle. But I really do like Kwity Paye, and he did slide compared to some of the mocks that I've seen. But Kwity Paye just looks like a tremendous athlete. On film. We're going to get to see some of his highlights here. So here he's on the outside, rushing a tackle. It was good. Nothing special there.
The tackle was brutal.
Yeah. That was very
impressive. That rip was awesome. He timed it so well. That was against Stanford.
That was just terrible. Terrible tackle.
Like, what do you like? That was like nice.
Like he makes some of these guys look silly with that swim move. Like he reminds me of a smaller Aaron Donald. Because he is.
Come on, man.
Well, as far as some of this stuff, like him making these plays on the inside and getting to the quarterback so quickly, he's not anywhere close to as good as Aaron Donald, but he is smaller, so it'll be interesting to see where he lines up.
I don't know if those moves work at this.
Yeah, he might be Solomon Thomas. Like that's. That could be his.
Solomon Thomas busted out on tape crazier than any defensive player I ever watched, and it didn't work out. I was very surprised at that.
So now I guess they're showing some lowlights. Yeah, so he's being handled easily there. That's why highlights are deceiving, right? Like those few plays Donald makes 3 or 4 a game, and he might have made 3 or 4 in his entire college career. So
I watched every snap of Solomon Thomas that year, and it was incredible, and still didn't work out. So like, it's all difficult. It's all nothing is
guaranteed.
Nothing.
So I'm trying to look at who are the pass rushers on the Colts. They've got on the outside Kemko Toure, Tyquan Lewis, Isaac Rochelle, Ben Banagus. They're actually quite weak on the outside as far as pass rushing is concerned. So adding Kwity Paye is going to be like Kwity Paye looks like he might actually play quite a bit of snaps.
Yeah, they could probably move him around a bit.
It'll be interesting too if they match him up with the DeForest Buckner like on the inside, because Buckner is just huge. Buckner is a behemoth. Wasn't Elijah Moore predicted to go high? Do you even have him in the first round?
No.
And now that I'm looking at this, I'm actually a little bit worried about the Colts pass rush next year because
there's a guy they're going to re-sign, I'm pretty sure. Justin Houston, I would imagine, is going to go back.
Yeah, that would help. Because they don't have a lot of experience, and the guys that are, they got a couple
Buckner is
second-rounders.
A complete boss, though.
Yeah, Buckner is unreal. It's just after him, there's a lot to be. There's not a lot there. I'm trying to figure out like who they've lost because I felt like this roster was stronger, at least on the defensive side. Either way, the Titans pick is in. Off the top of your head, do you remember who the Titans' right tackle was last year?
It was Dennis Kelly. They drafted Isaiah Wilson, but he played one snap on special teams, got cut or traded to Miami or cut or whatever, and then released again. And doesn't have an NFL career anymore.
Right now they got Kendall Lamb at right tackle, so I could see them adding a tackle. I know Christian Darrisaw is still available, a guy that you had at 15.
I think this has a high probability of hitting Greg Newsome.
Let's take a look at what the Titans. The Titans are favored to take a defensive player. Off the top of my head, what is Greg Newsome?
Corner.
Position? Corner? Okay.
They shipped Adoree Jackson, so
Yeah, they got Janoris Jenkins, Kevin Johnson, Christian Fulton, who was a second-round pick last year, and Chris Jackson, a seventh-round pick from last year, right now at corner. Tennessee's got a pretty balanced roster. Like they're pretty good at a lot of spots, so they have the luxury of going a little more niche than some other teams would. They could also use pass rush too. Well, they did bring in Bud Dupree. He was listed way further down.
Jeffrey Simmons is a really good player.
Yeah. This is the Titans have a really good roster. They just do.
Shoot, I got the position right, but the guy wrong.
Yeah, Caleb Farley was an interesting one. I did see some lists that had him listed as the top corner. I still liked J.C. Horn better.
Well, he went first.
Farley had back surgery in March, so I think that probably scared some teams.
Why is he alone?
I don't know. This just looks freaky. Maybe he's with family and they want to stay private, but
Yeah.
And he opted out last year, so he didn't play last year.
Maybe virus stuff.
And I don't know if it was him or someone else. The one thing I did notice about Farley is he seemed like maybe the best man-to-man corner. Like he's making really good plays here on.
Hey Josh, how you doing, pal?
What's going on, Josh?
Chris Conley.
Yeah, Fat Guy was he was happy about it, but are you still in the lead? Has anyone
No, I'm
hitting?
in second now.
What are you at, and what's the leader at?
I'm at 6, right on the right team, right pick. He's at 7.
Okay. So the Titans go with who some consider the best corner in the draft, just off of back surgery.
What is he wearing? Something was weird going on there.
Yeah.
Elijah Vera Tucker, guard from USC, can play tackle.
I didn't catch what that trade was for, so I'm going to try to pull it up now.
That one annoyed me because I really thought the Vikings were going to take him.
Minnesota receives the 23rd pick, 6 and 2/3, and the Jets receive the 14th pick and a 4th. So here it is. Here it is right here.
It's pretty good value.
Yeah, not bad. They essentially have to drop a few spots back and then get 2/3 for a 4th. So it looks like the Vikings, I'm guessing, are on the clock right now at 23. Let's see where our spots that the Vikings can make improvements to their roster. Vikings are pretty good at receiver, so not a place they need to go. They've put quite a bit of capital into their offensive line, but I still feel like...
It hasn't panned out, so what difference does it make?
Yeah.
They put the most in the last 5 years.
They're good at running back. They're not going to make an improvement on Cousins. At least what I think. So to me, it's probably going to be defensive. Let's see where the Vikings... It's a coin flip whether they're going to go offense or defensive.
My friend's really worried they get a corner.
Well, they picked up Patrick Peterson. They picked up a first round last year in Jeff Gladney. They still have Mike Hughes, the first round pick from 2018.
Yeah, he broke his neck though.
Who did?
Mike Hughes.
Okay.
Cameron Dantzler was the best corner last year of the rookie class, but
Josh isn't thrilled with Parsons to Dallas. Fat Guy was talking about just the injury to Leighton Vander Esch, and he thinks that it's probably
Sean Lee
serious.
retired, not that he ever played.
Yeah, so I just think it's weird that they need so much help on defense, and it feels like they keep having to go back to linebackers. And I guess you could say the same thing about the Vikings if they take another corner. It's just like every year. It's the same thing.
Dude, did you see Belichick's? It's just him and a dog.
Look at Cliff Kingsbury's house. I feel like NFL head coach is a step down from whatever he was doing before to make all that money.
Well, how much is an American mansion? $2 million?
I guess depends where you're at. In Arizona, probably
not
cheap.
a lot. No, probably 1.2. It's not even that much. There you go. I'm happy for my friend. Oh, they played Prince right away. This is good. Good for the Vikings.
He just rocked that guy. I'm trying to remember which tackle it was that was just like run blocking. They were unreal as far as like walling off guys, like especially at the second level.
I love stuff like that.
Josh said he's switching from ESPN to NFL Network. He'll have it both covered because we're watching the ESPN coverage.
That was awesome. I really need to get lucky in this to be Travis Etienne.
I got a feeling that if it's the the Steelers are next, I could definitely see them going Najee Harris at running back over Etienne. Najee Harris just feels like what the Steelers would want, and If there's anything we know about the Steelers, they draft toughness. And that feels like Najee Harris to me. The Steelers are definitely making it feel like they're going to be taking a running back sometime in this draft to play. It's just whether they go this early. It'd be also interesting to see if there's like an outside linebacker, defensive end they get to replace Bud Dupree. It makes sense that the fans in Cleveland are booing the Steelers pick.
Yeah.
All right. The pick is in for Steelers, so they're not trading it. Fat guy is in suspense, hoping it's Travis Etienne.
Man, I'm in trouble now.
Well, they found their workhorse back in Najee Harris. I think Harris is 230. 230 pounds. Yeah, 6'2", 230. It was just something I read up on, and just when you watch him play, like it's a very Travis Etienne is light, and I just don't think I think they learned they drafted Dry Archer, and I don't think they liked the results of that. So Najee Harris is gonna fight and play how the Steelers play. But what's super interesting about this is, as far as this goes, Travis. Well, I guess this was Etienne over Javonte Williams, so that's
that's where I had to go, because I thought this guy would have gone to Miami.
Najee Harris under was minus 234, and running back selected in the first round hits minus 521.
It was minus 521, so I thought it was closer to 2 running backs in the first round.
Yeah. Harris also has good hands for his size, so he's really a guy that can play. If he can block, which is a big if, he could play every down. And knowing how Pittsburgh has implemented their running backs in the past, it's probably pretty likely. For fantasy concern, he's probably going to be a first-round pick in fantasy.
Yeah, he's going to be up there.
What was that? Did they just show 6 Alabama players?
Yeah, they did.
So let me take a look at what the OU was. Yeah. 5.5 was minus 234. So
did they have a 7th?
Like for odds or for
No. Like, is there a live 7th?
I don't know enough to say. Yeah, Josh said, especially with James Conner going to Arizona, like they've got Benny Snell Jr., Anthony McFarland Jr., and Kalen Ballage as their 3 running backs, and then I guess you could put Jalen Samuels as like it's just not. He's more of a fullback tight end hybrid than a running back. And they even have Derek Watt as a fullback. They also have Trey Edmonds, who played a little bit of running back, but is just not.
Yeah. Chase Claypool played a little bit of running back last year.
Yeah. Jags catch the Rams pick for the Ramsey trade. Does that is that coming up? Yeah, that's next. That's the next pick scheduled. I got a feeling you're a little ahead of us with that the NFL Network feed. The thing with the Jags is they can just go best player available. It's not like that's a roster that needs a lot of different spots. I guess wide receiver is a spot they probably don't need to address. I think offensive line or corners probably a good place for them to go.
What makes you think what wide receiver?
Well, I think they're good at receiver. They've got DJ Chark. They picked up Marvin Jones. Laviska Shenault Jr. was a second-round pick last year.
That's enough.
They also picked up Philip Dorsett, who I'm not a fan of, but he's a veteran in this league now. He can play.
Yeah,
snaps.
but not really. Like he is and he isn't. He's been around lots of years. He doesn't have that many snaps.
Yeah. There's a lot of draft capital in that defensive line. Their defense isn't that bad, so they used a first-round pick on a corner last year. They've gone 3 years in a row using first-round picks on defensive players. Let's see what...
They used 2 for defensive players last year.
So, now with...
They lost 16 games in a row last year. They won the first week and never again. That's weird.
Yeah, lost 15 in a row.
15, yeah.
The I could even see. I know there was another tight end that was projected to go like at the end of the second round, but it's probably still too early. I just because you picked up Lawrence, I think I'd go offensive line. But their offensive line isn't bad, so like as far as picks and stuff.
Josh, because they're the odds. I just looked at the odds. People say a lot of stuff, but like I just look at the numbers when I do these types of things. So the chances of Chicago drafting a quarterback was high. The issue is the trading up and down is too difficult to predict, and it would ruin one of these pool type drafts. So it's bad strategy because you remove 2 picks when you do that, and it's too much speculation. I was close to having them go move up to the Lions. I was waffling between Christian Darrisaw and and what was the other one? Alex Leatherwood and Mac Jones was my third. But I decided on that based on the numbers that I had read in the over-unders.
I'm interested to see where the Jags go with this pick.
Yeah, well, the Broncos would have, that kind of threw a wrench in my plans. I didn't know they traded for Bridgewater, though. This whole draft would have been different. I'm really choked. I literally flipped a coin between J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain to the Panthers. That's one I wish I could have got back. Mac Jones was close. I was going to pencil in for New England, but I didn't. Well, who's the current champion, Dylan, out of curiosity? Oh, this is so hokey. I have an O-lineman there for this pick.
Wow. So James Robinson has an excellent season.
What a fucking joke.
And they just draft, they go with the exciting player in Travis Etienne. So I'm guessing these two guys are probably going to end up splitting time between Etienne and Robinson with Lawrence at quarterback. I guess they're comfortable enough with their offensive line. Etienne still is an explosive player. It's just not a guy that I like.
I can't believe they drafted him. I'm in third now.
Yeah,
Someone hit on that pick.
The couch is dumb. Someone picked that one correctly.
Yeah.
Damn.
Why? Like, they're gonna do a 1-2 with James Robinson. Is that the plan?
I guess so. For a team that just has so many spots that need improvement, like it's such a waste. Such a crazy highlight from Kamara.
Yeah, so he gets that, and then that means the other guy's going to do it. Well, yeah, why are you, if he's a change of pace guy, Mel Kiper, why are you putting a first round pick on it? Like, the other guy was offensive rookie of the year aside from, like, other than Justin Herbert. He was a runner up.
If, just off the top of your head, who do you want the Browns to take, or what spot would you like them to fill?
Good question. I wouldn't mind Gregory Rousseau, Jason Owe. I don't know what linebacker's next, but I want a pass rusher. If we end up with the next best guard, I don't know if there's a guy up there. I just want a pass rusher. I know we have Clowney. I know we have Myles Garrett. It's never enough, though. You want to be able to get after it. And the Browns have a team that is most likely going to be playing from the lead. Stack that position up. It's valuable. It gets it done.
You know what? I'm looking at it. The Browns have a really good roster.
Yeah, they do. They might have the best in the league aside from quarterback.
They really do. Linebacker is their weakest spot.
But it's not that bad though in terms of like it's young and there's upside to it.
I'm just thinking of what's the pick that could make the most impact as far as like snaps and starting, and I think it might be the linebacker is the spot.
Yeah.
Or a depth pass rusher. Because who knows if Clowney's actually going to show up and play? He didn't last year,
exactly. So I'm thinking Gregory Rousseau. They did, like last year, they didn't mess it up. I wanted them to get a tackle. They got a tackle. It had excellent dividends. We have of the best tackles in the league.
Otto wants the safety to go. He still has the over on the safety being picked in the next.
Yeah, Brent Delpit got hurt before he even started the season from LSU, and he's supposed to start. So
it's unlikely that the Browns will draft him because they picked up John Johnson as well in free agency, so they've kind of got their starting centers set. But you never know. I know that Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is still on the table, and he kind of reminds me of like a hard-hitting safety, but I think he's listed as a linebacker. And I don't know what the health is of Grant Delpit to say. Like, is he healthy
Tore his
enough to play?
ACL.
Yeah, so that's a 2-year injury, so they might try to grab someone if they're that desperate. Does she have gum in her mouth? Like, why is she chewing?
Yeah, I would assume. Yeah, she does. Good time to do chew gum.
So, whatever.
Corner. That's fine, but ugh.
Congrats, Otto. I want to see what Newsom's stuff is. I can't remember. There was a
No.
guy that was getting highlighted as a slot corner, so I'm curious if this is that guy.
Yeah, I mean, we might have the best corner group in the league, though. I mean, is that something? I guess. See, he is going to start at least. I mean, I'm trying to draw some. Because it'll be him, Greedy Williams, and Denzel Ward. That's pretty good.
No, I remember this guy now. I do like this pick. I just think that the corner and tackles, like everything I see from them, I like. So pretty much any team that took a corner or tackle, I think did a good job.
That was a nice play switching off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't have faith in Clowney. He was one of my favorite players for years, but I was always wanting it. Never worked out.
I do like that they continually draft defensive players, though. This is like it's hard to play against teams that have a lot of talent on defense.
Yeah, like I just wanted another pass rusher.
The reason, like, so why Fat Guy's so disappointed is that in theory, you want to have 4 pass rushers because when you get into like the late in third quarter, fourth quarter situations, guys like Garrett and guys like Clowney are just not going to have.
They don't have the gas in the tank, and that's when you need them most too, right? Like it would almost be better if they tapered them, like let them play later in the game, if that makes any sense. Because like it just. How many times Big Ryan have sat on his couch and be like, man, fourth quarter pass rush. If you don't have one, you're screwed. Because all the quarterbacks that are good, they just know like when you're tired, you're bad. And they just know how to attack you. And this is all comes from like having underdogs covering with 5 minutes left. And we're betting against Aaron Rodgers. We're betting against Russell Wilson. We're betting against all those guys. And it's just like, we have it so close. We're like, can they just hold on for 5 minutes? And at that point, though, we both know the reality of it is they're just not deep enough, right? Like the Eagles were the last team I can remember that. Do you remember, like when they went in deep waters, they could handle it?
Those were
Eagles
the 2
and Jags,
teams.
yeah, and this was like 4 or 5 years ago. So it's like, I want like even if those guys only play 30% of snaps, those are more valuable to me than a corner. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not saying this guy's not a great athlete, probably, and like Yeah, we might even have the best corner grouping in the league. It's a possibility. One of the best rosters in the league, which is weird to say because it's perennially bad franchise. But like, it's just I want to be deep there, you know. And you can't get them. You can't get them because by the time you get them in free agency, they're 15, 16 million dollars, right? Like unless they swing it, like the only way we'd have to trade Odell Beckham and a third and a fourth for somebody, and it wouldn't be like a start. Like you'd have to get a guy on a rookie deal because we paid Clowney. Like they have money, so I guess it's not completely true, but like going forward, because don't forget all these players that they have that have talent, the Browns have to pay them. Like it's just I want to get one of those guys on a rookie deal. That doesn't mean they're not going to draft. Do you know what I mean? Like pass rushers going forward, but it's just like a missed opportunity. Whereas like last year, it's like just draft a tackle. There's great tackles in this draft. In theory, it's going to work out, and it has. Oh, thank you, Josh. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Josh. That's very, very nice of you.
And like it's just man. Again, I don't hate like we picked up a guy. It's great. I don't think the Browns are in a great position to succeed. Like we don't have the greatest quarterback, but like we're good in so many other spots that like it's fine. It'll work. You know what I mean? And I think he's got a real like Baker doesn't have to do that much. Do you know what I mean? Like just don't like there's a lot of like positives and stuff. Anyways, that was my rant corner. Man. Look at money bags, Dylan. Yeah, sure you do. Man. Why is a guy decked out in Eagles gear in the back?
What is that?
Why'd you show up to a draft like that?
What is that guy wearing though? Did you see the guy, the Ravens fan?
He had a Super Bowl ring helmet.
Oh, okay. He looked like an ottoman.
I guess. Like, why a guy wear an Eagles outfit
to one of those draft parties?
Yeah, like that's talk about gambling. Or you know what that's like doing? It's like I don't know. It's like wearing a Star Wars shirt to or like wearing a jersey, a hockey jersey between two, like with a team that's not playing. Caleb Fairley already went, Dylan. Good try. So the next guy up would be Asante Samuel Jr., according to the odds.
Dylan's listing him off by who's cutest.
Oh, that guy had a weird cameo. He probably has Cameo or OnlyFans is how Dylan knows him.
The Saints are okay at safety, so I don't know if they're going to go there, but they might. The Saints could go like a defensive tackle, but maybe it's too early to take a defensive tackle. I could see them taking a linebacker. They're a little bit a little bit weak at linebacker. Strangely enough, I could see them going running back too.
Saints?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
To replace Murray.
Javonte Smith?
Yeah, that's who I'm thinking about.
Because then they have like a bruiser. Is that what
They
you're
could
saying?
also go tight end. I feel like they could make improvements at tight end, especially if Taysom Hill's going to play quarterback. think, like, think about how weird that is.
Yeah, that is weird. Well, they can run. They can run a weird offense though, and they're going to do it. They're going to be more exciting to watch this year. I think the Saints, like from like a strategy standpoint.
I could see a corner would be good for them. Corner wouldn't be bad. I think linebacker wouldn't be bad. I actually think running back wouldn't be that bad for them either.
It was minus 512 auto. I think they might be ahead of us. You might have nailed this. They might have gone Javonte Smith. Because auto might be ahead of us.
Yeah, well, two running backs have gone so far. And just the reason why I say that is like Latavius Murray is okay. Dwayne Washington and Ty Montgomery are kind of like, eh.
Murray's good.
Yeah, but it could be like, I don't know how many more carries Murray has in him.
Well, like the thing is, he got those good carries where like the defense like finally eased off, clamping down on the run. So he would really crush it when he had the opportunity.
I also think it makes a difference if Taysom Hill plays versus Jameis Winston.
Yeah. As far as committing to it,
this is going to be a different offense from the Saints. I have a feeling.
Well, yeah, they have to. They've been prepping for this day though.
Dylan said they're taking Eric Stokes for sure. What is Eric Stokes' position?
Probably a corner.
Mitch Trubisky deserves to be treated like a number 2 overall pick. Where did Trubisky end up?
Bills.
The Bills. Yeah,
you should see how cheap he's getting paid. It's like $2 million.
That's. Yeah, I guess like. There's a market out there, and if no one's gonna pay him, so be it.
They aren't. They didn't.
It's I was gonna say it's like surprising like a team like Washington doesn't take a chance, but Fitzpatrick's gonna give them a way more consistency than Trubisky does. So, and maybe Trubisky wants to like spend a year with that coach. Because look what he's done with Josh Allen. Josh Allen did not come into the league playing like how he plays now.
No,
that is for sure. So, I don't know. Maybe you take your time and just get that improvement. I wish that Winston wins this job. I think that the Saints would be a very exciting team to watch with Winston at quarterback.
Well, they're going to combo it. There's going to be reason for both. You're going to see a multi-hybrid offense. It's going to be weird. But I think it's probably going to be efficient. I thought they've done a good job. But they're a run team, Big Rye. They're like a West Coast run team.
Mitch has played poorly, but I know the second half or the end portion of last season, he didn't do too bad. So, but
yeah.
It's just I think that if teams have to choose between Mitch and other guys, they're gonna just go with other guys. Well, that's why I kind of like bit back, because Fitzpatrick, if you want to win games week 1, Fitzpatrick's the better option than Trubisky, but Trubisky's younger. You might be able to. I don't know what Fitzpatrick's getting paid, but
Fitzpatrick is a better option to win games over half the league.
Yeah.
He's going to lose really, really ugly, but he can beat anybody almost. Weird one.
Who did they take?
Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston. Guy not on the list. I like that they like this is kind of where you go. Like this makes sense to me.
This is how you
Like
stay good for a long time.
Yeah, like from a positional standpoint, I don't know if he's a good player or not, but like this is kind of what you do. They're a good team. You draft good depth players at good positions.
They've
And
got
this is it.
Cameron Jordan, who's a star in the
Yep.
league. They've got Marcus Davenport, who's played well.
Very well.
They've got Tanoa Passing-Young, who's done fairly
Sapignon.
well as far as like a depth position goes. Carl Granderson.
They still have Lance Hendrickson rather.
I don't see him here.
What's his name? Trey Hendrickson. I always get him up.
He got a big deal. He got a big deal, and he went somewhere. I can't remember.
Yeah, because
where.
he had a really good season last year.
But then,
Cincinnati.
Like this is going to be like a third or fourth pass rusher for them. Like
That's good,
there's a
though.
chance that he beats out a guy like Davenport and might play.
He's not going to
more.
beat Davenport.
You never know. Like if he's good,
Davenport
he's good.
was really good last year.
Yeah, Josh just posted something in the Discord. It was a tweet from Schefter saying that Peyton Turner could go due to his character, medicals, and length, some NFL executives believe. So there he goes to the Saints. What do you think about that pick, Dylan? New Orleans. The Packers pick is in. If they really want to throw some gas on the fire, they draft a quarterback.
Why they did one first round last year.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Traded up for him. It doesn't. I don't know. I think that's far fetched.
Yeah, I'm saying that tongue in cheek. Let me find out where Hendrickson. He went to Cincinnati.
Yeah,
Sorry, you might have already covered that, but
I did.
Cincinnati has some interesting players on their defensive line. Trey Hendrickson, Larry Ogunjobi, DJ Reader, Sam Hubbard, Mike Daniels.
Those are all names. I don't know if it's gonna produce anything. Hendrickson's the only one who's did anything recently. Like Larry Ogunjobi's like he can play.
All those guys are the guys that have played. It's just not.
Reader's a run stuffer. Mike Daniels, his career is right at the tail end.
The Bengals still have a long way to go, roster-wise. So, Big Ray wants the gas on Green Bay in a three-way. Yeah, exactly, Josh.
How is there a controversy? It's Aaron Rodgers.
Well, it's just all day has been this Aaron Rodgers saga. That's why I said it tongue-in-cheek. Let's be more serious. The Packers are going to make this selection before I can actually read through this roster. They go Eric Stokes, who Dylan was hoping would go to the Saints. Like, how many corners can the Packers get? Like, I feel like they've got too many already.
Yeah. Guess they want, like, they really nailed, who was it? Jair Alexander. But I guess they're trying to get a replacement over like Kevin King.
Well, here's another interesting thing. Green Bay's first pick was minus 185 to be an offensive player. So maybe they were just like, obviously we're not going to ever know this, but maybe they were just surprised that Stokes fell to them. Maybe they had him a lot higher on their list. Here he is in man. Breaks off his route, picks up the interception. So now they've got Jair Alexander, Kevin King, Josh Jackson. These are all guys that were picked in the first 2 rounds over the last 3 seasons. They have Darnell Savage, Adrian Amos at safety, Chandon Sullivan at it's interesting, them and the Browns both going very deep at corner, or both going deep in the secondary.
Jordan Love nonsense. Well, I mean, they're preparing for the future. They did the same thing with Aaron Rodgers. I don't know why Aaron Rodgers is miffed. They did this. I guess, yeah, he's getting up in age, and they're prepping a guy. But they did the same thing with him, and Brett Favre reacted the same way.
Yeah.
So
The thing that's tough about it is that as a quarterback, you want to, he's trying to win Super Bowls. So drafting
and trading up to do it.
Yeah, it's just doesn't really add up, because I doubt they're saying, hey, Aaron, we're going to take a step back and get your predecessor. So it's just, I don't know. It seems like a lot of this stuff hasn't been great around Rodgers. It seems like what I feel like is Rodgers doesn't get along with a lot of people in the media, and then the media write nonsense about him.
He's his own guy. He doesn't get along with his family. It's not you know what I mean? It's not it's not an uncommon situation, but he's one of the greatest of all time. I don't know. It's an interesting situation.
Until he doesn't show up to camp, I think it's a non-story. I think Teddy's going to win that starting job, Josh, if I had to guess.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they have a good defense, so it should work together.
The Bills picked up Emmanuel Sanders, so they're good at receiver. I think the Bills could use some offensive line help, to be honest, with how they ran the ball last year.
I don't think they're that good a team. They have an unbelievable quarterback. And
I think the defense is pretty strong as far as names go.
Yeah.
And they do have depth.
They had the best corner in the league, and they have some depth. I don't think they're a great pass rushing team either.
I think they're going to go corner. I think they I know I read earlier they want to replace Levi Wallace. They've got it. At least starting wise, they've got a pretty good roster.
I don't know if I agree.
It might be skewed just because they played so well last year. So I might be like bumping up some of these guys.
I think they have a great quarterback. I think their coaching of the players is very good. I think their in-game decisions are horrid.
Yeah.
Horrid. I'm bearish on Buffalo.
Linebacker is not a spot I would be picking if I was a Bill.
Dude, there's one Houston fan. Why? Oh, I guess in the event that they trade up. You don't have anything to trade, buddy. There you go. There you go. I like that.
They've got seven strong defensive linemen. Like it's just a good. I like this team. I'm sorry. I think they've got a good roster.
Don't be sorry. We just disagree.
How could you be bullish on Josh Allen? Ask Josh Allen. Or I guess I should say bearish.
I am bullish on Josh Allen. I think he's awesome. I think he's unbelievably good. I just don't think the rest of the team is up to snuff, and I don't think the in-game coaching decisions as far as play calling, time management, load management on the quarterback is going to be conducive to long-term winning.
Well, the biggest thing was the playoff games. Like, they were up in 2 playoff games, and they refused to run the ball with like 6, 7, 8 minutes left in the game. It made no sense, and it almost cost them a couple of games.
They got out-coached in the Colts game, and they won purely because of the talent of their quarterback. He just pulled it out of his ass over and over again because he's awesome. And like I don't like and then again I've eaten my words. Like I said that about the Seahawks. I'm like, this is the worst roster in the league. Like 30th, and then but I'm like, but they have Russell Wilson, so what difference does that make? And then Russell Wilson goes off for 2-3 years, and I look like an idiot. But I still feel the same way about the Bills. Stephon Diggs. I don't draft receivers in fantasy until 7th round usually. Diggs did great for fantasy last year. He was fantastic. The Bills got a lot of utility out of him. It was great. You know, they pay him a lot of money. I just find the trade-off interesting though. Like they trade essentially it's Justin Jefferson for him, but you get to pay Justin Jefferson $3 million. You have to pay Stephon Diggs $17. Like it's just he's not, 5 1/3 times better. You know what I mean? Stephon Diggs also I wouldn't be paying for a diva like that, but they're like he's still very good, obviously. Yeah, I always do that, Josh Allen. Wide receivers are worth very little in fantasy sports. When you gamble on it, if you do the homework on it, they're worth very, very little. Top tier running backs are way ahead, and then top tier tight ends, and then the odd quarterback here and there, and then receivers. This is a young guy. He means well, it sounds like. Big Rye didn't draft a receiver in one of the leagues last year till rounds 13 and 14, I think. He changes him every week. He just uses the best player on the waiver.
Yeah, you usually have a lot of options for receiver for spot starts.
It wasn't that good last year, but the year before, there was 6-7 different guys you could start that were really good every week based on matchup.
I remember the biggest one for me that I can remember was, I think, Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, for me the year before was AJ Brown. I picked him up in a lot of them, and he was insanely good. You know, like you could eat like there's CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy last year, like Brandon Ayuk you could play in some spots, like they're all available. And those are those are like reasonable receivers. Remember that time you played Manny Sanders for 2 weeks and you got 4 touchdowns and everyone was so mad?
Well, Manuel Sanders is good, and if it's a good matchup, then why not?
Well, you got a good matchup and he got 2 touchdowns, so it's like, I don't know.
Well, it's like even with running backs, you get it. Like you can't do it with running backs because of obvious reasons. Like there's just not very many of them to choose from. But like for receiver, like if you're going up against the Bengals or the Jets that week, like guys, there's going to be a guy on that team that puts up, 80, 90 yards and a touchdown. It's just how it is. Whereas like you want to play, like even Chase Claypool, if you have to play against the Ravens, like the guy's going to be lucky to get 50, 60 yards unless there's some sort of crazy mismatch and he puts up like 150. But like there's there's certain players in certain games where you just don't want to have them.
Like for instance, I wouldn't want to have receivers playing the Browns right now.
Yeah, probably not.
No,
especially if they are going to continue to just pound the rock like they have been, and that a line stays as strong as they are. Like it's just going to be hard. There's just not going to be a lot of opportunities. But that's all, fantasy, meta strategy, I guess you could say. I know it took me a lot of losing to learn, so I'm speaking from a lot of losing experience to know what not to do and what's.
Well, we just tried different ideas, and then I had an idea about the rarity of tight ends, and then you took it further and expanded that idea. Then we came up with a strategy, which it's one of our trademarks, and I really believe in it. We have little tweaks to how we would do it, but the general impetus, though, is that receivers largely are irrelevant in fantasy and in football currently, just because of the saturation of talent.
So the Ravens are on the clock next. This would have been the Chiefs' pick. I know Otto had the over on a safety being selected, and I think the Ravens are probably the best bet to get that pick in. I don't know if Tampa Bay. I know Fat Guy's got it listed there, Trevon, Morig, Woodard, but I don't know if Tampa's going to be selecting a safety just with the players they have.
Tampa can go anywhere.
Yeah,
Tampa could go running back.
I actually think that's a good idea, especially with the guy that is available still. I
wouldn't be for me. I would just draft
Javonte.
Another pass rusher if I was them.
Yeah, pass rusher would be best.
Just get the best guy available. If it's Jason Owe or Aziz Ojulari or Jeremiah
Wosu-Koroma is still available, and for how they tackled last year, that would be unreal to add him to the defense.
Or is he's a safety, isn't he?
He's a linebacker, but he's like a hybrid linebacker safety from what it looks like. Just with the speed he has and the hit he put on, like. Oh,
especially because he's getting. Oh my God,
Michael Irvin's back there.
What is he doing? He's partying probably in the back. There we go. They get it.
So they just picked one of the most athletic pass rushers. Still a project, though, so he might not play. Like last year, he had 0 sacks in college. So, like, he's a project, but
they've been successful
upside
in every linebacking pass rush project. Every time they've been successful. What, Matt Judon, Zadarius Smith, just keep going back. It's such a problem that they can't sign him to a second contract. They'll find a spot for him.
Well, it's nice to have the talent and the development history to be able to take guys like this and take their time. You know, like if he goes to the Bengals, he's going to have to play right away. He's going to be playing every down. He's going to be getting roasted. But
yeah,
on Baltimore, you know, he can come in on certain plays and make a difference and kind of get brought along slowly.
Also, too, like think of like Daniil Hunter only had 3 sacks in his college career, I think it was, for LSU, and they saw that there was upside on him, and like there's stuff that they can't teach, as they say, I guess, immutable characteristics. So.
So Bucks have the last pick of the first round. Well, there's still a chance, Otto. Fat Guy has him being selected by the Bucks 32nd. I don't think it's likely, just because
of roster strengths. Yeah,
they got quite a bit of strengths at that position already. And they get Joe Tryon, so they do get a pass rushing type guy. Yeah, sorry about that, Otto. Not everything's going to hit. So he opted out. He never played last season as well. But like Fat Guy said, you go after the pass rushers.
It's the best way of doing it.
Yeah, the Bucks getting to re-sign everyone is awesome. And I'm pretty sure they got a few of those guys to sign for a lot less than they probably could have got on the open
market. The Brady
market.
effect on it.
Yeah. It's, you're a part of something, and that'll keep guys around.
Because the thing is, like the Bucks defense is really good. Like it's a really, really good defense, and it like this is the kind of stuff you need to help, right? Because the other thing too is, like, when you get a linebacker that can blitz like this, because they have the best linebacker combo in the league, Levante David and Devin White, probably the best crew, right? You add like one of these guys that can get after it. It also takes pressure off a defensive end having to be really good. You know what I mean? And there's lots of gaps on that D line. Vita Vea takes up 2 guys, right? Like it's there's it makes sense. It's what you do.
Yeah, that's gonna be a guy that they can bring in and push a guy like Jason Pierre-Paul inside Like I used to love
Well,
when
I don't know if he's like on third down. Sure,
yeah. I'm talking strictly passing
third,
situations.
third and 8 to third and 8 plus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The because they have Jason Pierre-Paul and Shaquille Barrett, who are both like especially Shaquille Barrett is an excellent
Shaq
pass
Barrett's
rusher.
one of the best in the league right now.
Devin White can blow anything up from blitzing on the
He's
inside.
got range. So does David, though.
You've got Sue, William Golston, Vita Vea, Raheem Nunez Roches that can really take up space
That's
in the
so
center.
good.
So you're just freeing up space for a guy that can just wreak havoc
missile
on the outside. So
Yeah.
it's when you talk about like making playoff runs and winning those important games, like that's the difference is having those kind of guys.
Those deep guys, right?
Yeah.
You know, point in case they got after Mahomes in the Super Bowl from 10 different ways with the entire team, the entire team's efforts to get after him, and they did it. He ran for his life. He had to throw the ball 50 times, and he was in serious trouble.
Yep.
I'm kind of white, Big Ride. Do you mind if we end the broadcast?
Yeah, that's it, guys. 4.5 hours of day one, round one, draft day
NFL
coverage.
action.
Hell yeah! Thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate the love and the donations. And if you haven't yet, sign up for the membership. Join us in the Discord. We're talking about this stuff all the time, so keep the chat going in there. We will talk and see all you guys later.